Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not
You will bring the jury.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy
They
there.
got the wrong guy. The dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're doing commentary on the case. Dati mihi Anglican, please, verbal slugging.
That's literally not true.
I didn't ask you to interrupt me.
Is that correct?
Oh, for Trump's sake.
Welcome back to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. I promise I'm here too. Welcome back. I'm sorry, the portal had issues. I'm not going to claim those. I swear I set it up right. I don't know why it didn't work correctly. But we're here. We made it. Thank you very much. And Kim R. made it first in chat. Kim, congratulations. Send us you to internet ownership for the rest of the day. Everything IP related is your responsibility. So, wonderful. Thank you all for taking a seat. We can now see all the way to the back row. See a few newcomers here. Welcome. Make yourself comfortable. Let's see. We're waiting for the judge in Texas to get done with lunch. She's not done. But we've got, we can probably do some other stuff in the meantime. Not that one, this one. All right, let's see. How was your lunch, by the way? Oh, I forgot to give you the best news. I did the old so sue me trick
In front of the Walmart.
the other day. Has anyone ever done that? When you have an issue with somebody and they won't back down, and you won't back down, you're like, well, all right, then sue me. Bring it. I tried that. It's the first time I've ever challenged somebody to sue me over an issue where I thought I was in the right. And I thought, what better opponent to choose than someone who has millions of dollars to spend and a whole legal team on standby. So Netflix, I said, so sue me. I said, you guys are wrong. I'm right. Sue me if you think it's different. And Netflix sent a we have released our claim on your video letter the other day through YouTube. So yay. They tried to copyright claim Corey Richard's day one of court for some podcast video. I'm like, hang on. Y'all weren't there. I don't see you in the court records like I see me in the court records getting permission and everything else. Yeah, it was like, I was not happy. And I told him, knock it off and don't do it again. So it was good fun. It was day one of Corey Richard's trial, and they have some podcast episode 6 or something that used like 20 seconds of it. And they're like, we own that now because we used it. Was Mrs. R.A. okay with you taunting Netflix? I didn't tell her who it was until after I did it. But that's why I keep all the documentation. I've got all the correspondence with the court, with the judge, with the court information officers, direct from the pool feed. You name it. I've got everything. Correspondence, that's what it is. So, all right. Anyway, that was fun. So it's always good when we come out and win in that arena. So, did Mrs. R.A. get a car? I haven't dared call her yet. But I'm curious. Because she did take another driver with her, right? She's got one of my sons who could be a driver for a new vehicle. It's going to be a Tesla. I don't think it's going to be a Tesla for 2 reasons. First of all, you don't understand the wiring in my house. It can't be a Tesla because my house cannot support it. Yeah, you can get something installed on the outside. No. My house cannot support it. You need to have things like grounds for that. Let's see. This house was built before Nikola Tesla. Yes, it was. I would short out the whole neighborhood. You know how they give some places give you like a tax credit or some incentive or rebate for switching to electric vehicle. I think they would pay me not to because of the problems it would cause the grid if I did switch over. I'll print a free RA shirt and come support you outside the courthouse. Yes, please do. Please do. That would be amazing. Hold signs and bring a bullhorn. All right, we're about to go back to court, but it's a ghost town in there right now. There's like nothing happening. I'm worried that it's going to be about another 2 hours because it did start late yesterday as well. It might just be a late afternoon thing, but we'll see if we can find some other interesting stuff to follow. And I think I found during the break, I found another way. This is a nerdy thing again. I found another way to link up people's cameras to my device. It's even easier than me sending an XML file. But I do have to send you an email to make that happen. So, but now I've got like a remote switcher, like with all the different sources I can take and destination. I can send it to multiple different places at the same time. Is this an interesting case? I think it is. We've got a defendant, Romeo, who was charged with murder and testified in his own defense and was acquitted. And now the prosecution, I'm sorry, it just looks this way. The prosecution is mad that they didn't get him for murder, so now they're trying to charge him for possession of a firearm. And I'm going to hack into your cameras. No, you're going to connect to mine. That's the coolest thing because it's just like your phone. You open an app. Like I just opened an app. You click the button. Like I just clicked the button. And just like that, where's my camera? It's on 8. And then I've got a feed. And it's still glitching. I have to fix the glitch. I don't know why it's glitching, but so I've got this is my view. All right. Anyway, super happy about that. And the funny thing is, yeah, I'm using a phone here in my office. That would work from anywhere in the world. That's the cool part. Anywhere in the world, you've got internet and the camera on a phone, the camera running that app, and boom, it's the Blackmagic camera app has a lot of settings. It has a ton. I would argue that it has the most settings. Do we need to give your last 4 of Social Security to have our phones linked to you? Mom's maiden name? Yeah, all the usual stuff. Clever name? No. It's easier. Right now I have 4 sources I can take. So I could send it to somebody and have them test it out, but they'd have to know a few things. I'd probably have to talk to them first. Kelly, it's quite the setup. I'm super excited about it. I've got some things to tweak. Figured out a network fix to the whole dual DHCP servers, DCHP servers. All right, there's Tommy. Who's that? Let's see. He's our guy. He's the prosecutor. See if he drags the chairs around to the other side. Not yet. He's the prosecutor in this case, right? Gorilla Q says, I was showing one of my staff members your setup, and she went, dang, he's cool. No, I just have a lot of nerdy stuff. That's all. Is this guy Tommy? So the thumbnail for this stream is docket. The other one is day 1. Did I mix them up? Oh, man. Josh, I did them backwards. Let me change the settings here. Thank you for the butterfly. Thank you for the butterfly. Was that Joe? This one's going to be day 1. I'll have to go back and fix the other day 1 because it really wasn't. Let's see. I think that was Joe Sherlock who gifted the butterfly. Thank you very much, my friend. It's gorgeous. It was beautiful. A little bit of calm, pretty interaction that we need. sometimes. All right. Also, a clapping seal, and then I broke everything. Clapping seal. Thank you very much, Sandra, for that. Hello. We are librarians. Nerdy is cool. Okay. I can't click on all these because I broke chat. Hang on. The turtle saying hydrate. Okay, we got that. Drink your water, people. Pop out chat. And live chat. Thank you, Tomoto Troy, for the turtle reminder. I'm trying to remember. I've seen these guys this morning already. I'm not sure if they're the ones who are prosecuting this case or if it's another case. Is this more docket work, or are we gonna? Are these guys showing up to do the case? Your stream glitches on command. Nope. We see you, ma'am. You think you're not in the camera, but you're right there. Like, right there. We see your phone, too. Just waiting for audio. Don't have that yet. I think she's one of the court staff. It wasn't the turtle. You didn't send the turtle, the drinking turtle? Oh, you sent Happy Poop. Okay, I mixed them up. Troywater, Tumwater Troy, I mixed your name up there. Tumwater Troy sent the Happy Poop, and Conter P4U did the Stay Hydrated. Thank you. I apologize. Thank you for that. Possible start at the top of the hour? Very likely. These guys look like they're about 7 minutes early. Did they finish jury selection? I don't think so. Yes, Troy Waters, your new name. It's going to stick. Thanks for the clapping hands, Regina Adams. Thank you very much. It's hard to make them appear, and they don't move on my screen. I mean, I see them move, but I can't make them move when they're down there. All right. Don't mix up the hydration with the Happy Poop. Thank you for that reminder, Greeners. Morgan LaRusick gifted us a high five. Thank you as well. Fran Fitzgerald, gift the floating heart. Fran, I didn't go to the post office. Sorry, I need to go. I need to go, and I will. But the problem this time is I didn't have a car. And it's a bit too far to walk and make it back on time. Ooh, a power potion. That's pretty nice. Oh, that's the wrong one. Power potion. Nope. Power potion. Thank you, Christina, for the power potion. I feel powered up. I feel empowered. We're all just winging the facts on this case. Nobody knows. Yeah. Jury selection's over. I believe witness label is there, but you're on top of it. Is that a poison? It might be. Troy Water Tum. Yeah. Sorry, Troy. I apologize. I have one job on this ship, and I can't do it. Now, I've got a, while we wait for everyone to find their way into court, I've got a quick...
If you just use your words.
I've got a quick question for y'all. And all of you have neighbors, I assume. A very select few of you might have no neighbors whatsoever. And if you own your own deserted island or your own private island, more power to you. I'm jealous, honestly. But this question is not for you. This question is for the other people who have neighbors. What time is too early to start mowing the lawn? And I'm asking for myself because I desperately need to mow my lawn. And I'm hoping to see Mrs. Ari roll up in the Porsche. Oh, my goodness. No, it needs to have 4 doors. I guess you could get a Porsche. Does a Porsche Cayenne have 4 doors? What time is too early? 3:30, 7 a.m. 7, 8, 9. We got all the way up to 10 consecutively. So too early is before 8. That's like the general consensus. Affiliate link for Porsche Cayenne, please. Can't mow before 9. Now, I do not have an HOA, so there's. I don't even think we have a town quiet ordinance. So legally, I could probably mow at night, like any time. So the law is not the issue. My concern is whether or not the neighbors will shoot at me, which then involves the law. But mow around 5 in the evening. I have to mow my lawn, and I'm thinking about. I'm on the HOA board. I'm thinking about mowing it tomorrow before the live stream. But depending on what happens in court. Neighbors mowing at 7:30 a.m. on a Sunday. Okay, weekends you've got to sleep in a little longer, right? On the weekend, no earlier than 9, 8 on the weekdays. Noise ordinance. I know they don't enforce it because we have people just zooming down the road that are shaking our windows with their stereos. Which windows we're now replacing, by the way, because they're breaking. What would cause that? Maybe vibration. Residential areas. Noise in residential areas must not exceed 60 decibels between 7 a.m. and 11 p.m. I do have a... Greeners, in that time, you researched my town and found I do have a noise ordinance. It's about 60 decibels, though. 60 decibels at how many feet, right? Because that's the question. Is it at the point of origin? Are you listening? Are you putting I've got one of the decibel meters. I can literally test it. Are you putting it right next to the exhaust on the mower? Or is it like 50 feet away or the edge of the property? Because I'm not letting you on my property to measure my sound. All right, tomorrow morning. Update will exceed 60. It does. Good thing it's not early. We're getting all in order. Everyone's gathering their stuff. Somebody has sticky tape. Got a bailiff. What is all that tape for? Oh, it was taping down the cord for the microphone, which has now been draped over the witness stand, apparently. Thank you, ma'am, for fixing the audio.
I don't like podiums, Your Honor.
No, let's not do that. They might be listening. I asked a neighbor guy. He was the guy who mows my neighbor's lawn. I asked him how much he would charge. Thank you,
Hello?
sir.
Procedural matters, and unfortunately, you have not.
Hello?
How much you would charge to like trim the hedges and the bushes and like just clean up my yard, just like a once over, not like ongoing for the rest of the year or the summer, just like a one time, just clean everything up. I can mow, just edge, trim the hedges, rake the flower beds, that sort of thing, and then clean up. Basically, 2 car payments is what he said. 2 car payments, and apparently he drives a really nice car. Closer to $1,500. $1,500. I'm on a half acre. You have 6 children. There's a whole landscape business. I can do it. I just don't want to. Hey, we just fixed that, sir. She just moved it. Now you have to move it back. That's not OSHA approved, by the way, to have that cord stretched over there. All right. I'll do it for 12. Lois, that's a steal. But you've got travel time as well. You've got to drive. I pay that every time I have to whack through all the weeds. I live on an acre. Oh, that's too much. Anyway, I'm gonna mow the lawn. I have to trim the hedges. There's one tree I want to trim right down by the base. We've got a bidding war going on. I'm under 1,000 now. Look at Lois. Give us your best number. Your best number, Lois. We'll see what we can do. I don't know what kind of bush it is, but it has like very pokey, spiny leaves. And I think it looks like holly, but it's like a tree. It's like a holly tree. Does holly grow on trees? I thought it was a vine. Okay. Anyway, it's basically like a leaf with like 5 or 7 hypodermic needles coming off of it with like these little curves. It's a bush. Okay. I need to trim that bush, but every time you do, it just attacks you. There's no way. You cut something off, it falls in your arm and stabs you. You get near it, it just stabs you. I'm ready to trim it down at the base, like right off on the ground. Holly or trees, not a vine. Okay. I hate them. I'm sorry. This might be like your state flower or state tree or something. I'm sorry. There is no acceptable purpose for this bush to exist. Plus, you get like anything, like you throw a frisbee into it, you're not getting it back. It's like reaching into the jaws of hell, and it's gonna get you. The teeth are ugh. Anyway, is it the bush by your pole? No, I've mowed that one down to the ground, and that one's fine. It will grow back twice as big this year. But buy you a goat to eat your yard. Oh, we could do the whole goat grazing thing. Will they eat holly? Holly is pretty. No, it's grown over our entire window. We can't see out our kitchen window now because the holly bush tree has, in the last year, grown about 6 feet. Anyway, I'm going to trim it off at the base. Goats eat anything. Pretty near. Okay, bailiff's here. Prosecution's here. We've moved the microphones. Someone's peeking in the back door. They have the metal detector there just for show. It is not turned on. Do you know how I know? Because the cops walk through and no lights come on. Ask Valhalla if there's someone in your area for rent-a-goat. Just don't plant bamboo. Oh, man. My kids love bamboo. I mean, they would love having a bamboo forest. I would just hate it because it's terrible. It's number 2 on my list as far as invasive species. Number 1, Bradford pear. Not that it's invasive, but it just stinks, and I hate it. Bradford pear. When that tree ripens up, it smells like rotting fish. And so number 2 would be the bamboo, because it's not your friend, and you have to mow it every day. You've got to constantly fight it back. Do it the holly and the side of your house. Bamboo will attract pandas. There's that. Planted bamboo without a barrier. Yes, this courtroom does feel a little bit like we're on the command deck of the Starship Enterprise. We believe we're about to start the case of Texas versus Romeo, and it's a felon in possession of a firearm case. He previously was tried for murder and was acquitted, but this is the same instance, different charge. So they're saying, we're going to charge you for the gun that was held that may or may not have killed the person who he was not guilty of murdering in the other trial. Found out I'm allergic to Bradford pears. Oh, man. Yeah, stinky Bradford pears. They're pretty. That's the problem. They look good and they smell awful. Is he a Romeo? He has a distinct look that that reminded me of Mario Kart. That's all I will say. He just the style, his look, his style reminded me of Mario Kart. At least one character. Aunt Karen, the member for 31 months. I love how excited you get when you're new with your new gadgets. It's like watching a kid at Christmas time. Yes, I love them. And Aunt Karen, OG, 31 months. Thank you. You're almost to a new color. Courthouse. Bailiff shaves his arms. Them are fighting words. This case hasn't started yet. I watched a full funeral. It hasn't even started. I know. We waited for you, Twin Tail. What more could you ask? We do expect a balcony scene. Rose by any other name would smell as sweet, right? I at one point I memorized one of those Shakespeare things. The whole alas, I knew him well. I even had the skull. We got a skull. I don't know where we got the skull, actually. We think it was fake, but I think it was received as a white elephant gift, which is sort of creepy because you don't know who it came from. But we had this skull, and my wife at the time drove a dark Crown Vic. So it looks like a cop car, but it was unmarked. And we put the skull in the back window. And then it just looked like the coroner vehicle, right? Like a police coroner vehicle or something, or the medical examiner. And we kept the skull in that back window forever until we got in like traffic and had to slam on the brakes, and that skull rolled forward and smacked one of our kids in the head. And I'm not going to say which one, but you can't tell. I promise you can't tell. We're like, that probably wasn't the best place to have the skull. So we did get rid of the skull. My wife at the time. I combined two sentences. My wife at the time got that she got it back when we had the skull. At the time we had the skull is what I'm talking. Not I had multiple wives. I just got the one. Had one. I had one. I think she's home and I'm in trouble. Oh, he's not officially accepted my $9.75 offer. I'm waiting for the final bids to come in. So, you guys, at the time, my wife had been working and went to work and had a white elephant exchange and was gifted this skull. So, my wife at that time had been gifted the skull. Okay, just switch it around like I meant it, and it makes sense. 150 plus gas. Oh man. Well, it depends what gas is. Josh will do it for 600. Y'all are bidding on cleaning my lawn up, and I love it. That is what you're bidding on, right? Yeah, I'll just say it differently. How'd you get that scar? From Flying Skull. I think it was a fake skull, like not human. But it looks really real. Anyway, I used that at one time as a plop, as a prop in a play, not a plop in a prey. Words are hard today, guys. I'm sorry. I just give me a few minutes to warm up and wake up, and we'll be ready. Yeah, I said it wrong. It should have paused. I don't know. Even a pause, I don't think would fix that. Just one. And I still am. Last time I checked. I probably should call her and see if she got a new car. But should we do that on the air? See what she bought? For some reason, I can't convince my phone that my wife is my wife. completely unrelated to the issues we
You just
had
use your words.
with my words this morning. Skybell member for 33 months says, "Oh, gee, where did the time go?" Hugs and kisses to the missus and the kids. Thank you very much.
Have them send someone with more experience.
I try to get my phone to, I'd say, call my wife, and it's like, you need to know who your wife is first. I'm sorry, I don't have wife in your directory. And now apparently I don't even have her by name. There she is. Found her. Quick call.
You're trying to reach is not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you have...
So maybe at the time is the right way to say it. No, she's out of service somewhere. Not available. Denied. She's getting the Porsche. She's getting the Porsche. No, I don't want to say bad things about her phone company, but she does not have a top tier company like I do. She went with the cheapest she could find, and so Mint Mobile has very poor reception, especially when you're traveling around Eastern North Carolina and you're not in a big city. She's calling me back. Let's see. Hey, you're live on the air. Are you there? I'm on the air. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right, you're live. You're live on the air. Did you buy a car yet?
No.
No. Everything good?
Yeah.
Okay. Love you.
Bye.
Bye. All right. That was my daughter, not my wife. But my daughter's driving, which is the right thing to do. Have the passenger answer the phone. It sounds sus. Yeah, I need to mow the lawn and maybe buy some roses. Thinking that's it. My wife at the time was driving. Is that still bad? Daughter's not driving. She's not old enough. My wife was driving at the time. There you go. All right. Still waiting for court to start. None of y'all need to text her anything, okay? Just don't even bother. We'll fix it. Haven't found her up Porsche yet. She was not very happy this morning as she was looking for cars, and I started looking for Sprinter vans. You can get a good, like a Mercedes diesel Sprinter van used at a reasonable price. Honey Tish, member for 28 months. OG says I've been missing in action, but I'm back again. Missed a few months. You're here now. Welcome. And go Seahawks, right? I think those are the Seahawks. We desperately need court to start for RA, please. Did I say Trish, not Tish? Honey Trish. I don't know what it is with my words, but they are not working today. Apologize for that. I'm trying to say the right thing, it's just not working.
If you could just use your words.
I'm not going to argue about semantics here.
Okay. I'm just going to ignore chat for just a minute while you guys stop talking about my mispronunciations.
You don't put a diplomatic plate on a hoopty.
I got Thurston counties active right now. I don't want to go up there quite yet.
There's nothing in the order that restrains you from talking to cats.
Thank
in front of the Walmart.
This one just went dead. What's this? Licking County Municipal Courtroom Live.
You are banished from the state of Georgia.
Yeah, the interpreter calendar going in Thurston. That's sort of painful to watch sometimes. We do have one other. Let's pop up here just for a minute and see what they're doing in Thurston.
Yeah, Mr. Cross, this has been explained to you before.
Sr. Cross, isso já foi explicado para o senhor antes.
This is the same thing Judge Myers told you.
É por isso que eu estava tendo que aparecer. Eu não conseguia acessar a tecnologia e é por isso que eles ficaram agoniados comigo.
I was not able to access the technology, and that's why they're not have me.
Okay, so they're struggling with interpretation up there. They struggle with that. We'll let them be. Waiting for Romeo to come in and defend it.
I saw a chicken fight.
All right. No comprende. You can translate.
Scratch all that. Oh, that was terrible. I apologize.
This is exactly what was happening.
The apocalypse may be upon us.
Tongue was hooked around my eye teeth.
Remember in the beginning when we started 110 years ago?
Couldn't see what I was saying. May we approach? Welcome to the gallery. Thank you very much. 12 months. Hit the year mark. That's awesome. Let's see. I know lawyers don't like to just show up for no reason, so they've got to have court starting soon.
I was told counsel wanted to see me
But they've been
inside.
sitting there for 20 minutes. So, are they frozen? They're not frozen, are they? Somebody blink. Oh, yeah, he's moved his hand. He's alive. He's alive. We're good.
The zombie apocalypse may be upon us.
I want to give a shout out to Trial TV Live, who let's see. One second. Trial TV Live got referenced 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times at least in the media and public reporting category of Paul Canero's appeal for a new trial. And they got listed above Court TV, Law and Crime, Asbury Park Press, NewJersey.com, Best Videos US 2025, and Megan Conniff. Which is pretty funny. They got a lot of shout outs. I know. Chris and Aaron, I need to talk to them and figure out how that went, because I mean we've done a little, we've checked in with each other as this goes on, but I need to talk to them off air and see how they got that fixed, or if they did, because if it wasn't fixed, it would be it'd be scary. I don't know what category they are on. Maybe starting at 1:30. That's 8 or 9 minutes from now. Well, we do have the first gallery member present. What are those two lawyers doing? Are they literally just like trying to hold perfectly still? It's like they're having a staring contest with us. Yeah, I'm hoping Kathy gets her channel back. That's scary. Twin Tail Fox wants to talk before we start. Let me check Discord. Hang on 1 second. Hello, this is Ari. How's it going?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Just fabulous. Just filling a little bit of time, waiting for court to start. We're excited for this one.
I can see that. What happened this morning? Why hasn't it started?
The judge had some other docket work she was working on first. And this is sort of, we say the same thing, and this is common in Texas, actually. Like Judge Stephanie Boyd does the same thing. She works a morning docket, and then she has an afternoon court case. So it's
okay.
trying to do everything at the same time.
Fair enough.
This is Twin Tail Fox on the phone, by the way.
Yeah. Hi.
Yep. You don't own a Porsche, do you?
No, I don't even own a car, so
Okay, just checking.
Just checking. Yeah. I actually have some news for you.
What's that?
I have a new hobby. I'm going to learn how to use a loom.
A loom?
Yeah, a loom.
Like for weaving?
Yeah.
Is it, would it be like pedal operated, or like, are they manual? It's like modern one?
So the thing is, my grandpa can make me a loom if I asked him to. And I asked him how much a loom would cost, and he was like, how high tech are we talking about? Because that depends. So I'm like, should I get a manual one or one where I have pedals?
You know, this joke is a bit of low-hanging fruit, but you just have to say that, you know, with your other hobbies, you should probably make underwear on the loom with fruit on them. You could call them Fruit of the Loom, and it would go great.
Or I could just make tapestry with a special picture in it that you can hang on the wall.
Yeah, you can do that. That's good. The low-hanging fruit. Okay, all right. That sounds awesome. I'm excited. Do send us a picture when you get the loom up and going, and I think the setup has got to be the hard part. Once it's actually set up and running, you know, just running the shuttle back and forth, it's, you know, it seems to be easier to run than to build, right?
Oh yeah, definitely. And I just have to be very kind to my grandpa for the next few months, so he will give me a discount.
That's awesome. How does he make? Is this his business? Does he make looms, or he's
No.
one of those people that can do anything?
So he, I think the English word is a carpenter. So he literally has like built houses. He has made grandfather clocks. He has made a table out of wood, chairs out of wood. He can make everything out of wood. Like, he will make anything out of like wood. And he, like I said, used to build houses. He built himself and my grandma a house where they lived until my grandma died. He made her a cabin in the woods. So just he can make absolutely anything. And if you just ask him, he will find a way how to make it, and he will make it. He even know like how to make a grandfather clock.
Wow.
So
that's awesome. I have a grandfather clock from my grandfather, but he bought it. So that's
I have a grandfather clock from my great grandfather. He was also a carpenter. He also built houses, and then when he was around 40, he had a stroke and had to learn everything again. Like the doctor said, the stroke hit his heart and he would die within a few days. He lived to be 2 days under 80.
Wow.
So yeah, when he was able to work again, he started to make furniture out of wood. He started to make grandfather clocks, and I have one. Like I have the last one he made.
That's cool.
So
that's really cool.
Yeah.
What kind of loom is it? I'm supposed to ask.
So I want a loom where I can make like tapestry, like carpets that you can hang on the wall, or just carpet that you can have on the floor, just anything like that, where I can just make any pattern I want.
I've heard rigid heddle loom and floor loom, weaving loom. I don't know what these are.
I think I would be going for weaving loom. That's the one I know how to use out of all of them. Like in school, we got to learn, tapestry loom and weaving loom. I think it's kind of the same. There are a few types of loom, but the most common one is like tapestry loom, if I remember correctly.
That's cool. I can't wait to see. I can't wait to see what you do. And you'll probably
Thank
offer
you.
some for sale as well, right? You're very crafty that way.
It depends how long it takes to make one piece. Otherwise, there will be a big backlog of orders.
No one will be able. You just raise the price to make it worthwhile.
True.
So, well, that sounds awesome.
So,
I can't
yeah.
wait. Show me pictures of the loom when it's ready, and then I obviously want to see pictures of the work you do. So, that'd be awesome.
Of course. Also, I wanted to also boost a little bit. On weekends, I am going to start reading Old Norse Viking stories
Kan du snakke norsk?
on my stream.
Jeg
I can actually.
Jeg kan ikke snakke norsk.
Huh?
I can't.
I can read and understand Old Norse because Icelandic is the closest to the Old Norse language. And I am gonna read it and translate it on stream to English so people can understand the stories I'm reading, because people are interested in stories but they cannot read them, or the interpretation on the internet that is translated to English is not correct.
So by Old Norse, you're talking about like trolls and stuff like that, or?
No. So the Old Norse is like, it's kind of like Icelandic, but it is kind of mixed with Faroe Island language and a little bit like in the old days, all of the Nordic countries could speak the same language. Like people were constantly moving back and forth from the countries and like just were able to speak with each other. And with the modern world, like when we went into the modern world, the languages started changing slowly. So
awesome.
Yeah, I can, and Iceland was so like isolated that we kept to the language the closest. So I can read it, understand it, and I want to share the old Viking stories with the world. And one of the kings that are in the stories is actually an ancestor of mine.
Cool. That is awesome. Detective Ed says, like How to Train Your Dragon in the Viking world. Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
But it's actual kings, though. Viking king stories. There was
is it
a
just
scholar.
Viking or Viking king? Do you say king twice when it's the king of the Vikings?
So basically, there was a scholar, an Icelandic scholar, that went around the countries to learn about like old stories, like about the kings, because there were a few kings, and back then there were a lot of deaths, so there was always a new king within a few years. So he gathered around a bunch of stories about a bunch of kings and put them all in one book. It's called Heimskringla, and that is basically like...
That was my second guess for the name.
Yeah. It's basically Heimskringla, world round. So because back then you couldn't travel around the whole world, so he would just go there, and that was our world, like his world. So it was like him going around his world, getting stories, and put it all in one book.
So, do you? Can we share your link? Are you doing it on YouTube, or what's the platform you're going to share it on?
I am going to be doing it on Twitch, but I can't download it and put it then on YouTube. So I would probably be putting it above. So yeah, it's just Twintail Fox on both YouTube and Twitch.
Put something in chat really quickly. Just type something if you can.
Yeah. There we go.
Okay. Let's see. Go to channel.
It's just there's so many like stories in it. The copy that I have is 114 years old, but the language in the book is from like 1,500.
I hope I linked to your channel and not my. Although, if I think I linked yours properly, so there it is. Well, Twintail,
you probably did.
That sounds awesome. That's awesome. I can't wait for your books and your Norse readings and your Norse tapestries. Because, I mean, you've got to tell stories with tapestries. That's what they're for.
Of course.
Can't wait for all of those. We'll be happy to share some of those. So, thank you for the call.
I'm just glad I can share it with you guys.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
I just like that our call was, reasonably stress-free on my end. So, thank you for that.
I was able to stress you out once. I will not do it again.
I appreciate that as well. Thank you, Twintail.
Yeah, I'm going to behave.
All right.
Yeah, thank you.
We'll see
Bye.
You. Bye. All right, good fun. Oh, man. All right. Can we AI Thor into reading it? He's so hot. Okay, that's probably not. Did drop her link for you there. I wanted to hear more about her wood carvings. No greeners. You reach out to her directly for that. Let's see. What just happened? I looked away for like 2 seconds. You let everybody leave the courtroom. Man, this always happens. Everyone's scattered like there was like the parking meter guy was coming around and they all had to run and move their cars really quickly. Josh, I will send this message over to our team that locates and recommends trials. Clearly, they need to get this message. He can't plea without... He has to be here to take a plea. There has to be some sort of... that has to be presented at some point. So when I pulled up Twintail Fox's account, she had 110 subscribers. And now she's at 131. So 21 of you click the subscribe button. Thank you. That's very generous of you. It's entirely possible they might need to feed the meters. No, it's free parking at the Jefferson County Courthouse. Maybe something happened outside the courthouse. But there's one dude who stayed. Actually, two. I can see there's a bailiff. I can see the bailiff knee on the far right-hand side of the screen. I think that's the bailiff's knee. There's one guy in the back by the metal detector as well. Warren County Common Pleas Court. They're sort of always live, but are they doing something interesting? Let's take a peek. Warren County Common Pleas Court. Oh, it's Judge Teep. Let's take a peek at him.
See that your urine is diluted. When they tell me your urine is diluted, they can't test it. It's a failed test, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, as long as we understand each other.
Your Honor, a violation was filed. Do you
Oh,
want
I'm sorry.
Do you want that withdrawn, or do you want to?
Y'all,
I know I told I didn't see that. I
Don't dilute
apologize.
your
Usually
urine.
my PPVs are set, and it wasn't listed as that, so
Yeah.
they're usually set at 1 o'clock. So that's why I was thinking maybe that wasn't filed.
It was.
Let's go ahead and let's withdraw it for now and handle this as a technical sanction, and we'll move forward from here, correct?
Thank you, Judge. Yes,
Listen, I'm trying to help you here, okay? Not just to get you through probation, I'm trying to help you with your life. So let's follow my orders, because my orders are intended, at least, to help you, okay?
Yes,
That's
sir.
what this is for. Okay, so I got your attention. We're gonna release you, and then when you get released, you want to report today still?
If you get out before 4, report
If you
today.
get out before
if it's
4,
after.
okay, if you get out before 4 o'clock, come back over here. If you get out after 4 o'clock, come back tomorrow morning.
Okay, so before 4 o'clock, go see my PO or come back here? Court?
No, you go see her.
Okay.
You don't need to come back and see me unless you get in trouble again.
Yes, sir. I ain't trying to be.
All right, good luck.
Thank you.
All right. So that happened. Diluted urine was where we walked in on that one. Let's see if there's another court that I think we had one more. You see this full screen so I can see. Yeah, we've got Liam Neeson.
You already have your subpoenas sent out.
Yes, sir.
He said subpoena, guys. Subpoena. Subpoenas. I think Romeo's still going on. None of the folders and stuff have been put away. They just stepped out for some reason. We'll keep an eye on it. Oh, and they're even coming back. Look. Oh, that's blend. I'm not supposed to do that. There are people coming back, so it's good. I see 3 boxes of tissue in this one frame. Oh, 4 boxes in this one shot. It's impressive.
Let's see if Ed Perry's out there waiting, ready to go.
Let's do a super source, shall we? Keep this box in box. Presets, 2 boxes. Box 1 is 6, box 2 is 7. There we go. Presets, 2 boxes. There we go. We're watching both courts now. Judge Peeler didn't impress me yesterday. I think he was distracted. There's someone waiting for you on Discord, and it's not me. As long as they're not trying to get me to read, like, Supreme Court rulings that are 50 pages long. Yes, Peeler was the judge from yesterday. Very interesting trial. Had a little bit of everything. Hello, hello? Hello? Nobody's there. Everything but cops. That's right. When the judge gets shown again, does it bother you that the W is just a tiny bit off center? Like just a little bit to the right in his name? There's like a seam in the middle of the... It should line up right in the middle of the seam, right? For anyone close to this part of Texas, is it common to be this late? Texas is big. Takes some time to get around. Very common for Jefferson County courts to be running late. Why do you do that? I'm just sharing my joy of courts with you. That's all. There's an extra tissue box. Wow, I'm not sure who the sponsor is, but there's 6 tissue boxes in this courthouse. At least. There might be some in the jury box, and there might be some in the on the other side off screen. Let's see. We had a membership message there. I need to go back and recognize. Wildcats 28, Sarah Boone appeal in if you want to read for a break. We might go back there. We're hoping court starts soon. My girl Angie, member for 36 months. That's 3 years. OG. Thank you. I love the mic drop. I love the use of the emojis. It was awesome. Richard Chambers, member for 25 months. Talking of looms and the philanthropist Andrew Carnegie, who was born in the city where I live. His family used a loom to make money. Like they were fraudulently producing money on a loom? Or his family made money selling products that they made on the loom. Didn't know you could make money on a loom. Wildcats 28, thank you very much. 4 months. Sarah Boone appeals in. And Detective Vids, thanks for the gift of the membership as well. Y'all are most generous and wonderful to have you. Someone is waiting.
This is, we on the record? Yes. This is State of Ohio versus Eric Knight, case 25CR43147. Mr. Knight is present. This is Attorney Nate Elter. The state is represented by Brian Goodyear.
The judge just came
There's
in.
an agreement here that Mr. Knight will plead guilty to felony 5 harassment with a bodily substance.
Ooh, I don't want to know the
It has
details.
a maximum prison term of 12 months, maximum fine of $2,500.
That's a long time.
There's an agreement that he will not be sentenced to more than 6 months consecutive. in prison, and there's would not request judicial release.
Discord, hang
There's
on,
also
hang on.
been a representation that we will set this case out for sometime early, very late July, early August, after his PRC case is completed.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Knight, I want to go over your constitutional rights with you.
We're not going to listen to all his rights. We have somebody on Discord. Angela, how are you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Fabulous. The signal sounds great.
What does it sound? I didn't hear. Signal?
Yeah.
Or?
The Discord connection is really, really good.
Yeah. Well, I am calling to continue this Nordic story from earlier, but also I don't know if you saw my message. Are we going to see in the near future an RV conversion?
To like
Self-made.
a van camper life show?
Yes.
No.
Because you're looking into Sprinter vans.
The Sprinter van would be for live streaming. So it would not even have room to sleep in it. It would just all be equipment, TV screens, cables, cameras, switchers. Nothing terribly exciting for those who like to live on the road. As a matter of fact, it would probably be very uncomfortable to live in.
So it's more like a news station RV than sleeping RV.
Yeah, they'll call them a live truck, or I forget what the other term is, but yeah. But I don't know. I'm not much of a builder, and so I don't know how to do it, let alone do it right. So I'd probably have to pay someone to do it, and that's where it would get too expensive to do. So
I follow a few RV people, although I don't know if they'll do what you want them to do, but they did some great conversions. I still follow, when RV Life was a kicker back before Corona, I still follow a few of those YouTubers.
There's a couple that are really, really good, and I've enjoyed. I like watching some of the build videos. Hey, do you have a new car? No? Oh, good. No car. All right. I'll take a look at some of them. I've got some ideas for what I want to do, but it's not going to, I don't even think I can put a bathroom in there. Nor would I want to, really, but I guess.
If you get a schoolie, you may be able to do that, and it's more roomy than a Sprinter van.
My problem is I need it to be small so I can afford it, both in gas and in on the initial purchase price.
And school is definitely not.
Yeah.
That.
So, yeah. But I think we've got some court things happening here to jump.
Okay, then I'll call in later to talk about, because I have something to add to what Twinny said earlier, because I did went down the rabbit hole on Vikings more than a few times and wrote more than a few papers about that.
Is this more than just like the Tor Heyerdahl thing and the Kon-Tiki and all that? You've like way back in the day? Or?
Yeah, I went into more like exploration days and how they did things. So that was my. You see, I went down. I was very interested in architecture, so I was like interested in how did they build things, even boats and stuff. And then I turned into where did they travel and so on.
I've seen a real Viking ship when I was in Norway. We went to a museum that had an old one that was like the big, huge. It was awesome. It was gorgeous. It was dilapidated, I think, but it was parts of one, and it was.
Oh, cool.
I've been to Norway.
I am going to one last.
Twice.
Yeah, I'm going to say one last thing, and then we'll. So they found like Vasa ship years ago, and they found some butter, and butter that is still in one piece. X amount of years later.
Butter like popcorn and butter?
Butter like butter. Butter like butter.
I guess there's only one butter.
And they did research about it. They tested it. And unfortunately, and they did a whole show about it, but I couldn't go. I didn't have that. It was like during busy day, culture day. It's like you have all the activities you can put in one day. They put in one day.
Did they allow
So it's
people
like
to test it? Like, you get a little bit of butter?
No, they like no. It's like hundreds of years old.
It's like honey. Does it ever go bad?
I don't want to test it.
Okay. All right.
I do not want to taste it, so I'm not scared. But unfortunately, not see. I think I can, since I think I maybe can find like a paper or something that they wrote about, like what they found in the butter, because they tested it to see what's made of and how did it survive. How many?
Yak milk butter, right? Or woolly mammoth butter. Yeah, anyway, Angela, thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
We'll see you. Bye. Oh, man. Woolly mammoth butter. It might be a thing, you guys. You never know. Don't knock it till you try it. All right, Judge, where are we at? We're at 7.
Any questions about post-release control?
No, I'm looking forward to completing my ILC and I appreciate you.
Hang on, 2 boxes.
What is your plea to aggravated possession of drugs?
Guilty.
What is your plea to abusing harmful intoxicants?
Guilty.
All right, I dismiss count 3. Place you under the supervision of the Warren County, grant ILC, place you under the supervision of the Warren County Court Services for a period not to exceed 3 years, but you can get this over with in a year if you successfully complete your treatment plan. Anything from the state on supervision?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Mr. Elter.
Just, Your Honor, Mr. Wiedemann has served over 90 days since he's been in. We'd ask, since he's been compliant, he's looking forward to treatment, that the court release him while he's scheduled to go to his next treatment facility. He does have a place to go. It's his sister's house. She actually called me Friday to let me know that she does have a facility for him where he can stay. And I always say this, Your Honor, it's interesting when clients go in for the 60 or 90 days because they dry out and their thinking becomes clearer. They become more attuned to the problems that have brought them before you and their willingness to address them.
Okay, I have 93 days. Does that sound right?
Sounds
Your Honor, I double checked the jail time credit. I think 90 days is correct. The date was written in wrong, but the actual 90 days is correct.
Okay, 425 should be 428.
Yes, but it is still 90 days.
Okay, he'll get 90 days credit.
Sounds right, Your Honor.
Okay. There have been issues with you complying. I'll just be as frank as I can about this. We want you to be successful.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
as do I.
But if you don't make the effort and do your part, then you're going to do your time. Fair enough?
Oh, absolutely. I'm looking forward to outpatient services and continuing my NA program with my sponsor and, starting my new year, 2026 correctly.
Okay. Then you're required to participate in a psychiatric evaluation to assess the need for medication to regulate your mental health symptoms. Recommended for 2.1 intensive outpatient services for substance use treatment, which includes, generally these include a minimum of 9 hours of group counseling per week, 3-hour group therapy 3 times a week, 1 week's individual psychotherapy session, and random urine screens. Is there anything, officer, I need to address?
Your Honor, I was also recommending the Thinking for a Change program.
Okay, that's fair. That'd be good for me. Anybody else, probably, I think. Anything else from the state?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Elter?
No, Your Honor, we appreciate it.
Any questions, Mr. Wiedemann?
No, I did write you a letter last week. I hope you received it.
I did receive your letter.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you for your consideration.
Yes, sir. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Last one for the day. Wiedemann.
All right. Still waiting for court to come back. Look at this. If we look at court really quickly on the swap 1 and 2, and then let's go full screen on 1. Nope, on 2. Sorry. If you look at court on the table back there, you can see that the binders and the folders are still laid out on the table. So everything's still there. Let's go back to 1. People are coming in. Possible jury there. Yeah, I think it's a jury. Is the burner phone working? Yes, I just have the ringer off. I saw somebody called. Was that you, Josh? Hang on.
Ohio versus Gabriel Faustin, case 25CR42867. Mr. Faustin is present with his attorney Ed Perry. The state is represented by Brian Goodyear. We are here for sentencing. Is there a statement from the victim in the case?
Your Honor, the victim is not present, and I don't have a, other than the PSI that would be in the, I'm sorry. Other than the victim statement in the PSI, I don't have any additional information, Your Honor,
Okay.
From the victim. But I would say we met with her and also spoke with her about the different plea options, and she was in agreement with this outcome. But I don't have anything in addition to what would be in the PSI.
Okay. Are they still together?
To my knowledge, no.
Okay.
They're not, Judge.
All right. Mr. Goodyear, anything on sentencing?
Yes, Your Honor. One open question I asked Mr. Perry, I'm not certain. And maybe Mr. Faustin can address this when he speaks to the court. Just about the license suspension he's going to receive for the OVI offense. I don't know that he was ever placed under an administrative license suspension. According to the report, it indicates that he had refused a breathalyzer, but then I don't see a 2255 form or any actual action taken on that. So I was just trying to determine the effective date of the suspension, which we can, I guess, deal with in a moment. But about the charge itself, Judge, he pled guilty to aggravated assault and to OVI, as you know. The aggravated assault comes from a strangulation charge.
Whoa.
And my concern with someone like Mr. Faustin doing that, I mean, he's obviously very young. To my estimation, it appears to me he has an alcohol problem, because just in November of 24, he was convicted of reckless operation, which I'm assuming means he had a reduction, or he was driving very poorly.
It was a true reckless, Judge.
Okay.
It was not alcohol related.
But in any event, in this occasion, he was intoxicated to the point where his girlfriend determined he should not be driving. She took the keys from him to keep him from driving, and his response to that was to throw her on the ground, get on top of her, and strangle her, to the point where she could not speak and she could not breathe. The police came, found injuries, marks on her neck, which verified the story, as did, I believe, a couple witnesses. But I think it would send the wrong message to Mr. Faustin if he were not to be incarcerated for any period of time. He served 3 days on this so far, which will be the 3 days, I think, that would be necessary under the OVI conviction. However, and I certainly understand, Judge, he's a young man without any substantial criminal history. This is a felony of the 4th degree. I would understand the court not saying in prison, but from the state's perspective, he should serve a period of local incarceration, because I think the court needs to send a message to him that this type of behavior is not acceptable. We see people in court all the time that start down a path of abusing women, and that path does not end. And I think that regardless of whatever justification may exist in Mr. Faustin's mind for what he did, he made the decision to violently attack his girlfriend, someone that he was in a relationship with. And I think that it's important for this court to send a message to him that that is never acceptable. So the state would ask the court to impose a period of local incarceration in addition to any community control sentence that would be imposed. And again, I just need to figure out the effective date on the suspension in addition to that, Judge. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Actually, I was looking through.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
I just presented Mr. Goodyear with the transcript from the lower court just to see if the ALS was in that stack of documents. I didn't have a chance to look through it. Thank you, Judge. Judge, I hear Mr. Goodyear. I understand what he's saying, and my view is a little bit different. I think the message to this young man, a 19-year-old kid who, by all accounts, left high school after sophomore year, he got his GED, and he began working immediately, and hard work paid off. He started his own landscaping company. He grew from some 10 lawns to 60 lawns over a period of 2 years. And by all accounts, financially, he was doing very well for a 19-year-old. But he was no adult. He did not have any life experiences. This was the first and only relationship he had ever been in. And I would submit to you, Judge, this relationship was quite strained at the time all of this was happening. Carly was trying to leave him, and in response, Gabe wanted her to know that he could leave her, so he went to the fair. He did consume alcohol with his friends.
16 beers,
What?
actually. That's what I recall from my review of this.
How does he even hold up that many fingers?
That's not a beginner.
That is not a beginner, no. But it certainly is an individual who is perhaps struggling because of the emotional strain of a relationship that really matters to him that is going right down the toilet, and maybe rightfully so. But at 19, are we really asking a 19-year-old to have the life experiences of an adult, a 25-year-old, a 30-year-old?
Strangling
He's
someone
accepted
is an adult
responsibility
life
for what he's
experience
done.
you need to pay a penalty for.
He can't take it back. He would like to, because as he indicates to me, he has lost somebody that he really believed he might have been with for the rest of his life.
Or hers. Luckily,
He
she
also
didn't die.
recognizes not only is he accepting responsibility for hurting Carly, but he recognizes that entering a plea on a felony 4, it's a violent felony offense. It's going to be on his record forever, and that's a consequence he must pay.
One of them.
Judge Probation mentions anger management, and quite frankly, that would probably do him some good. Quite frankly, a drug and alcohol assessment and treatment obviously would do him some good. But at 19, can't we help teach this young man that the conduct that he engaged in, even though he maybe had a momentary lapse of emotional dysregulation that kind of, resolved?
It's hard to describe beating a woman, strangling a woman, abusing a woman, a young 19 or 18-year-old woman.
It is tough, Judge.
Yeah, it's a tough job.
But he has never committed an act like that before. He's got a very low aura score, which indicates he's not likely to reoffend in the future. And by all accounts, he does have a bright future, and I know that he wants Carly to hear from him how sorry he is.
I don't think
She's
she
not
wants to
here,
listen to
and
that.
nevertheless, he'll address the court here in a moment. But to that regard, I disagree that incarceration, the message has been sent to this young man. It really has changed his life already. I would ask the court to consider a probationary term, require him anger management, require him alcohol treatment, maybe a full mental health assessment and appropriate treatment, maybe batter's intervention. But jail is a consequence that as a first offender on a felony 4, where he's accepting responsibility, it may be too much in this instance, Judge. So we'd ask the court to consider probation as an alternative.
Well, prison would be too much, generally, for a first offense with someone who fully complies. 180 days in jail wouldn't be out of the question. I notice your mom and dad have what you describe as a good, healthy relationship.
Yes, Your Honor.
So this obviously was not modeled for you. I'm trying to figure out where this comes from. But go ahead, it's your turn now.
Can I blow my nose?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Your Honor, I just want to accept responsibility for everything. I'm not here to negotiate or argue with you about this incident, but your question is to where you think this came from, and in my eyes, as Mr. Peeler or Mr. Perry has described to you, that this was my first relationship I've ever been in. I truly think, in my eyes, I did love her. I know love is a strong word to say, and people think they love someone and they don't, but I truthfully think I did. And when times got hard between me and her, and we were going through our break and everything like that, I kind of went off the edge a little bit, and I, like you said, I consumed alcohol. I don't know where you've seen I consumed 16 beers, if I said that.
I'll go back and review this, but I'm almost sure I read that.
It's reported in his Talbot House assessment.
Okay.
That's what I told her.
Okay. Generally, if you tell somebody something, people understate it. So go ahead. Go ahead. If you disagree with that number, I'll...
No, I don't disagree. If that's what I said, that's what I said. But at the same time, with that number of beers and me not being a drinker, like Mr. Perry said, the last reckless stop I had, that had nothing to do with drinking or anything. That was a speeding issue.
How fast were you going?
I can't remember.
Try to tell the judge whatever you can.
Well, I was just coming out of town and I accelerated extremely hard, so.
Okay, well, you've paid for that already. I was just curious.
Yes.
Go ahead.
But with the amount of alcohol I had consumed, with me not being having an issue with that, I think that's why things happened the way they did. And since that day on, I have not drank any alcohol. I've passed every single drug test that I think I've done, like 10 now. So
where does the behavior come from?
That's where I think the behavior came from me drinking too much alcohol at that time, and I understand that, and I wasn't myself, and it tore me apart, and I've learned from my responsibility, and I've changed since then, and I never want to be in here again. That's not the person I am, and I've accepted responsibility.
Okay.
Judge, may I interject real quick? I meant to ask the court to order a no contact order as a condition of any probationary term with the victim, Carrie Craiglin. I forgot to ask for that.
Okay, fine. Okay, so everybody had their chance.
Judge, just to be sure, we submitted several letters for the court's review a couple of days ago. I think those letters speak very well of who Gabe is. Generally speaking, again, this night was a terrible night, but it was an anomaly. It's not what he's never done it before. He's never been charged with that before. He can absolutely learn from this incident in the right ways so it never happens again.
Okay. You know, I don't have all the words that probably fit this situation totally. I can say that, yeah, you've got this on your record. You can overcome that. You're young. It's an unforgivable act, what you did. And it makes sense that you'll never see her again, really. Why would she want to see you again? I don't know. But there are other people out there, other than one person, and maybe she'll find someone who treats her better, and you'll find someone who is happy that you changed. So that's one part of it. You never know what you're going to run into. I have 2 daughters, and I was, you know, if I put myself in a situation, which I never would, where I had to decide something knowing somebody did this to them, it wouldn't be pretty for you. And you may feel the same way someday when you have a daughter. But you're young, you don't have a history here. You've got you may have this on your record, but your future is spotless. And you, in my opinion, you need to just basically give up alcohol. That may sound like a lot for a 19-year-old, but you two don't seem to mix very well.
No, Your Honor, and like I said, I have since that time, and I plan on continuing that.
That'd be one of the smartest moves you ever make in your life if you do that. And I hope you do. You're going to be ordered to refrain from use of alcohol while you're on supervision. I find that he is amenable to community control. Place him on community control for a period of 3 years. Order him to complete corrective thinking. Order him have no contact with the victim in this case during the term of supervision. Order him to complete anger management. You've already have your GED?
Yes.
Okay.
That's good.
To maintain your employment, sounds like that's not a problem. To do 40 hours of community service at a women's shelter, if they'll allow him to be there, or a homeless shelter, such as the Hope House.
Let's do a homeless shelter instead of a women's shelter, Judge.
Where you'll get to see a different side of life than what you've been raised in. If you leave the state of Ohio without permission of the court or your probation officer, if you commit a violation of any law, or if you just don't complete the rules that I've given you here, the court may impose a longer time under the same sanction, may impose a more restrictive sanction, or may impose a prison term. The range from which the prison term may be imposed as a sanction for this violation is 6 to 18 months. Is it 6 to 18 months?
Yes,
6 to 18 months. Do you have any questions?
No, Your Honor.
You have a right to appeal this sentence.
Judge, I'm sorry, there's a couple of things that we need to add in this. There's a mandatory $565 fine because of the OVI.
Oh, I forgot about the OVI. This is, okay, $565 fine and a 1-year license suspension. Did you figure out the
Judge, I cannot find any documentation that he was placed on ALS, so the effective date would be today.
We'll make it effective today. However, if it turns out his license was suspended, you can bring it back and we'll modify that.
Right.
Thank you, Judge.
He gets privileges to drive after, is it 18 days now?
Judge, I think the court previously granted him limited driving privileges.
I don't know why he couldn't have been suspended.
I got on.
Hold on.
Don't talk.
Well, the only, and Judge, I totally agree. The only issue is, as the court's aware, normally in the record, and I've looked through the record from the lower court, normally in the record there is, number one, a 2255 form, which is where he's officially notified, and then there's an ALS suspension form, which is placed of record if he's suspended. Neither one of those documents exist in the record, but certainly if they turn up, then I don't have any problem with that. The additional thing, judges, would be court costs.
Okay, impose the fine.
Yes, sir.
The minimum mandatory fine for the OVI, impose the court cost.
Okay.
I'll suspend his license for 1 year. By law, I cannot give him occupational privileges for the last I heard it was 18 days.
It was a refusal, so it'd be 30.
Okay, for first 30 days. Other than appellate rights, is there anything else I need to address, Mr. Goodyear?
No, sir.
Mr. Perry?
No, sir, Judge.
Okay, sir, you'll have to find somebody to drive for you for 30 days unless they suspended your license, and we just don't have the record of it here today. If they did, Mr. Perry could come back. I can backdate this to the date of the offense. You have a right to appeal this sentence. You have 30 days from today to file a notice of appeal. If you cannot afford an attorney will be appointed to represent you. Any document would be provided at no cost. Do you have any questions?
No, sir.
Okay, good luck to you.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Once again, not super happy with the outcome from Judge Peeler's ruling. Starting to be a trend here with this judge. Prosecutor looks a little frustrated as well. So he assaulted and strangled his girlfriend for the offense of not letting him drive when he was super drunk. How many beers? 16 beers. And for that, he will do some community service at either a women's shelter or a homeless shelter and pay a little bit of fine and be on parole. Not impressed. I don't know what is happening in Texas. Now, realize we're in Ohio right now, but I don't know what is happening in Texas, but let's see, let's go back here.
Shame on you, sir.
Yes, really. Why is it not working? Now it worked. Everyone has left. How can you hold 16 beers inside you? I don't know how that kid could hold 16 beers outside of him. I mean, the kid's like skinny as a twig. I don't know, he might need help picking up a 24-pack, but I don't know how he put him away, especially at the county fair. With all those rides and everything. Yeah. Sentencing him to service at a women's shelter. I sure hope the women's shelter says that will be a hard pass, Judge. Hard pass on that one. That's a no. Court's really hopping in Texas. We're live. We're watching it live. Just doesn't make sense. There's nobody there now. Everybody left. Now, it's possible that they're trying to work out a plea arrangement, a plea deal, but oftentimes those deals are worked out with the prosecutor and the defense lawyer, and then it's conveyed to the client. The client wasn't here. Oh, at least we got bailiff coming in. Welcome, ma'am. Prosecution was here over an hour ago. Bailiff just brought her lunch in to eat it in the back of the courtroom. That's where we are as well. Oh, there's our defense attorney. Okay, we're getting somewhere. There's the defendant. We're the defense attorney coming in. Hopefully he's got his bag, or it's over there by the chair or something. No, he's out. He's out. Looks at the clock and says, no way, too early. I'm not going to be the first one here. This judge has a new name, Judge Wishy-Washy. I'm curious. I don't know. I don't want to be rude or anything, but I've noticed that the judge constantly has a listening device in one ear, a cabled listening device, like a earphone. And I'm wondering if he is hard of hearing. And if so, is he missing some of the evidence? Is he just not hearing it? And then just shooting from the hip based on what he heard? That or he's listening to like the ball game or something. He's got Netflix going on the iPad. He's not listening to me, or else he'd be complaining. Prosecutor is still doing his thing in the other courtroom. Where's that? That one and this one. There we go. Warren County. He can't believe he lost that one. I'd be frustrated too, sir. Camera keeps switching around like this because the prosecutor is talking so loudly that the sound bouncing around the room is getting picked up by different microphones, and the cameras switch to follow the microphones. We have a call coming in. Hold on one second.
Call from Josh Hutchins.
Josh, my friend, how are you doing?
Good. What's up?
Well, we're almost ready to revoke your trial choosing privileges.
No, that's not my fault. That's Judge West.
Where's your judge? Where's your judge and all your people? Just looking here. We've got one bailiff, maybe two.
All my people are not in Texas. I can tell you that much.
There's a song about all my exes live in Texas.
Yeah, exes live in Texas. Yeah,
that's a good one. Do you know the next line?
No, I do not. You would think I would know that being from the South.
Texas is the place that I long to be. That's how it goes. All right. What are you thinking about this one? Docket wise,
you are banished from the state of Georgia.
We get that every time you call in. It's funny.
That's so rude.
Josh lives in Georgia. He can't be banished. Let's see. The docket shows that this is the next thing up, right? We've got nothing else this afternoon.
There's supposed to be a trial going on right now, but it's turned into a California trial time zone.
Yeah. So they're going to start around, 4 p.m.?
Which, your bedtime is what, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock,
The son goes to bed, I go to bed.
And then you get a call from my jet.
Yeah. In my undies. In my undies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In your undies, yeah.
Remember in the beginning when we started 110 years ago?
Yeah. I don't know. How long is this trial supposed to last? Was it a 2-day trial?
They said a few days, which would be Friday, but it's already...
We haven't started.
2:30. We haven't even started this.
We don't have a jury that we know of yet.
We don't even have a jury yet. Well, we don't know what happened after they cut the feed yesterday, so, we could theoretically have a jury, we just don't know about it. So
possible. Ask about the 600 worms.
No, we're not talking about my worms on live.
Something happened with your worms? Your red wrigglers?
No, my worms are fine.
Your worms are fine. Okay. Do you have a sign out front? Like a hand-painted, plywood sign that says worms with the R backwards and the S backward?
I have it by the dock, so you can do a drive-by.
Yeah.
If you're on your boat,
Well,
I just hand you a container, and you hand me the money.
I'm not going to tell you how to do your job, but I know a little bit about advertising. I think you need to make a sign where the S on worms is a worm, like it's a cute little cartoon worm. I think that would pull in all the fish would gather around to look at it, and then you could demonstrate. You're like, these are why you need these worms. You could catch one off the dock immediately, saying, "See, it's the worms. That's why I charge double."
Well, I did catch something the other night. I did not want to catch. So
what's that? A duck?
A gar.
A gar. A gar is a fish, at least. A duck is not a fish, just for the record. But gar is are they stinky, or is it just the teeth you don't like? Slimy,
it's
stinky.
Teeth you don't like. Slimy. Well, and the teeth, yeah. Yeah. And they eat other fish, so yeah.
So
I took care of him.
Are they an invasive species where you're at?
Yeah, they are. Yeah, they are.
What?
And I caught two alligators, two turtles. So it was not a good day.
2 turtles in a gar. Were you using your worms as bait? Because this is not a good
No,
advertisement.
no, I was not using the word as bait. If I did, I wouldn't at least tell.
Yeah. Do you know why they call it a gar? Like how it got named?
I have no idea.
That's the sound fishermen make when they catch one. Gar, like that.
Oh, that's the second bad joke you've told today.
But it's the better of the two.
It is the better of the two.
All right. Josh, congratulations on your fishing. Obviously, the worm business seems to be going well. I hope many people drive by your boat ramp slowly. Not you don't want docks, no wake, right? And buy all the worms. Not all.
Nobody walking on my dock that's not supposed to be there, but I can't tell that story online.
Okay. We'll save that one for the mod chat. Josh, thanks for the call. I appreciate it. We're hoping the court comes back in and we'll have something to talk about here. So thank you.
Okay, we'll see you later.
We'll see you. Bye. Josh, one of our great mods, and is in fact a worm farmer, like an actual worm farmer. All right, defense attorney walking in. He's got hands full of stuff. This is a good sign. We got bags. We've got bags for days. Let's see. It looks like he went shopping. I think he brought in, those are Walmart bags. I'm betting he pulls out 3 beverages, which may or may not be Heineken. Oh, he's in a hurry. He's got to get this ready before anyone sees him. He's running. Heads back to see the judge. Knocks on the door. Should have called an hour ago. You should have. Yeah. As soon as you call, we get action. Okay, he's got his case files. Nice. Boom, boom, boom. Setting up the desk the way he likes it. Drop those there. Drop those there. Let's see what else. For my next trick. Ooh, look at this. Got that book. He's in a hurry. That is a Walmart bag. I kid you not. What have we here? Extension cord. Lowe's. This is not OSHA approved, but he's just going to wire this one up and just feel free to plug in wherever you choose. And thanks for bringing the bright orange one. Even though we're not going safe, watch that thing. You're going to hit somebody in the face with it. He's just dragging all around the courtroom.
In front of the Walmart.
The extension cord is heavy gauge, rated that for the fan. And he's in a hurry. We must be starting court in 2 minutes. It's got to be 2 minutes. Okay, the cord goes back there. Don't pull too hard. There we go. You've mixed. I think you actually have 2 extension cords together. Now my hands are dirty. Need to wash my hands because the cord was dirty because I grabbed it from the yard after I did the weed eating. Look at this. My hands are a mess. The bathroom's right in here. Washing the sink. We'll give him a second. Hopefully this door doesn't lock. Quick scrub-a-dub-dub, sing the alphabet song, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, just took a little star. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, and Z. Now I know my ABCs. Next time, what will you sing with me? All right, so we've got the hands washed, dry them off, shake them a little bit. Look for a towel. Quick dry, and there we go. Okay, boom, towel goes in the garbage. I timed that perfectly. I knew what he was doing. I knew it. Let's see, the fan is most important, and then the charger. See, laptop charger. Hopefully it still works after I wound it tightly around the adapter block. Yeah, not working. Well, that's your own fault because you wound it up like a buffoon. Cords are not meant to be treated like that. Yeah, it's not turning on. Bailiff's like, yeah, he's still out there doing the cord thing. Okay, let's see. What else? Oh, what else do we have in our bags? Oh, picks up the cord again. Hands are dirty again. Here comes prosecution. You've got to go faster. Got to go faster. No pressure. Hurry, hurry. Okay, hands dirty. Great. Yeah, just live with it. Wipe it on the chair. No one will notice. All right, I have a little seat here. Let's see what else do we have in the bags. Where's the fan? Stuff the bag in there. Oh, there's my iPad. Oops, just about lost that one. Okay, that'll go right over here. Let's see, where's my books, the file. That one, this one. No, that one, this one. Yes, right here. Okay, garbage. Just stuff that in there. We'll clean that up later. Close the lid. No one will know. Boom. All right. Boom, 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 boom. We're He's so nervous. I've never seen somebody so nervous for court as this. Your client's not even here to see you, sir. Okay, where's your fan? I don't see the fan. Check in the bag. Do you have it? Oh, there's the 3 cans. We've got the green cans. 3 beverages. Heineken's have been acquired. Bring the laptop. There went the cord. You're going to have to plug it in again. Fell right down there. Big reach. Ooh, hopefully nothing ripped. Here we go. Right over here. Plug it in. And here comes the court clerk. Y'all get ready. Judge is on her way out. Okay, ready? Everything look good? Look good. Hide that here. Where's my fan? There it is. Boom, fan. Plug that guy in. And okay, bring in the client. Bring in the client. Now I'm ready. Oh, here comes the judge. Nope, false alarm. That wasn't her. Somebody else. Hey, there's the fan. We'll just stick this cord over there. Oh, it's a USB fan. It plugs into the computer. That's convenient. Not good for the computer battery, but there we go. All rise, everybody. On your foots. Oh, there's our defendant. Defendant's coming out. Looking sharp. In plaid today. Got the checkered shirt on. Fits the bailiff, but he's here. There's the judge.
All right, let the record reflect state's attorneys present, defendant, and defense counsel are present. Anything we need to take up before we bring the jury in?
John, I don't know, would you want my witnesses sworn in front of the jury?
Either
That would
way.
be my preference.
Sure.
Yes, other than that, Judge, nothing to mistake.
Mr. Wilkerson?
Judge, the only thing I would mention is I noticed you sent us a charge last night. I just want to notify the court. I noticed that we'll be requesting instructions both of a lesser included and of the voluntariness of the statement.
Well, let's get through the trial before we talk
Yes.
about the charge. And are your witnesses down here and ready?
They should be. As I was coming down, I told my investigator to give them that.
Thank you. All right, you can bring the jury in.
We have a jury, apparently. Bring the jury. Okay. Finished off 1 bottle. Ready to open another can here in just a minute.
Bring the jury.
Mm-hmm.
The judge is like, are your hands dirty? They look dirty from here. Katie goes like this. All my exes live in Texas, and Texas is the place that I long to be.
Thank you.
All my exes live in Texas. That's why I hang my hat here in Tennessee. Or something like that.
And obviously, if either of you anticipate any witnesses that are not here at this point, make sure you send messages or do whatever you need to inform them what the rule is and that they're placed under the rule and that they're specifically instructed not to watch anything on YouTube.
Yes, Judge.
Anything on YouTube. Not even that new Mr. Beast video that just dropped. YouTube's like, hey, you can't do that to us. Somebody counts the number coming in. These were the winners after yesterday. I don't know how they got picked last night, but they did somehow after the court feed shut off. So it looks like we have 12 plus. Was it 12 plus a few? They showed them all during jury selection. We got to hear from them, see them all. It was wonderful. It's just tradition that we don't see the jurors. Some courts have a rule about it, but it is just tradition. There's nothing in the Constitution that says you should be tried by a secret jury or anything like that.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Sorry
I want
to keep
to thank
you waiting.
you very much for your patience this afternoon. I apologize that we're getting started so late.
It is late.
I'm now calling the case of the state of Texas versus Romeo R. Johnson, aka Romeo Randolph Johnson. And is the state ready to proceed?
State's ready, Judge.
Defense ready.
Defense ready, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you'll all please remain seated and raise your right hand. Do you and each of you solemnly swear or affirm that in the case of the state of Texas against the defendant, you will a true verdict render according to the law and the evidence? Okay. Thank you. And does the rule has been invoked, and if you have any witnesses, if you'll please have them come in. And again, this is 25 DCCR 1626. I'm not sure I said that.
Bring in all the witnesses. Last time you get to see each other until this is over. At least talk to each other.
Y'all can come on up.
I think they're waiting on one person.
Are they? Okay.
Slow down a little bit.
Okay. Thanks, Detective.
Got a couple of
How are y'all doing?
ossifers.
Tired. Neil was that last time.
Tired?
Mm-hmm.
The jury is making judgments about these witnesses right now. I'm tired. How about we send out a bench warrant for the last witness? What do you think, Judge? Get things moving. You got two officers who are doing nothing. They could enforce it right now. Oh, here he comes.
Come on up, sir.
Hi.
How are you? All right, if all of you would please raise your right hand.
They got the blue shirt memo.
Do you and each of you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. You can put your hands down. So the rule is invoked, and what that means is that you're not allowed to be in the courtroom for anyone else's testimony.
I've never seen that before.
You're instructed not to discuss your testimony with anyone involved in the trial other than the lawyers or the investigators. And you're specifically instructed you cannot watch any of the proceedings on YouTube. All right. Y'all can all step back outside the courtroom. Thank you.
And they've all been sworn in.
Mr.
mass.
Coleman, you may present the indictment. Mr. Johnson, if you'll please stand.
Here's the charges. Listen carefully.
In the name and by the authority of the state of Texas, the grand jurors for the county of Jefferson, state aforesaid, duly organized as such, that the July term AD 2025 of the 252nd District Court of Jefferson County in said county and state, upon oath in said court, present that Romeo R. Johnson, aka Romeo Randolph Johnson, hereinafter styled the defendant, on or about the 14th day of September 2024, and anterior to the presentment of this indictment in the county of Jefferson and state of Texas, did then and there, having been convicted. I'm looking at the amended.
I'm so sorry. Carry on.
When there was amended.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
11-4.
Got it. I'm sorry.
I should have pointed that out.
That's okay. I should have it. Thank you. Sorry.
That's okay. I'll start over. In the name and by the authority of the state of Texas, the grand jurors for the county of Jefferson, state aforesaid, duly organized as such that at the July term AD 2025 of the 252nd District Court of Jefferson County in said county and state, upon oath in said court, present that Romeo R. Johnson, aka Romeo Randolph Johnson, hereinafter styled the defendant, on or about the 14th day of September 2024, anterior to the presentment of this indictment in the county of Jefferson and state of Texas, did then and there, having been convicted of the felony offense of evading arrest, detention with previous convictions on April the 13th of 2022 in cause number 20-34416 in the criminal district court of Jefferson County, Texas, intentionally, knowingly, and recklessly possessed a firearm before the 5th anniversary of the defendant's release from confinement following conviction of the felony against the peace and dignity of the state.
And how does the defendant plead? Thank you, sir. You can have a seat. All right. Does Mr. Coleman, do you wish to make an opening statement?
Just briefly, Your Honor, thank you, Mayor. Please, the court, counsel. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this case is straightforward, at least in my opinion, but it is nonetheless a serious case. I anticipate that the evidence will show that there was surveillance video from the early morning hours of September the 14th of 2024 in the parking lot of what's known as the Amigos restaurant off of College near Avenue D. The surveillance video, while admittedly not the best quality video, will show this defendant, Romeo Johnson, get into an altercation with another individual over what the defendant calls merchandise. During this altercation, this defendant brandished a firearm. He would use that firearm, in my opinion, to intimidate the other individual in that video. And he would hand that firearm off to another individual before leaving that parking lot. The evidence in this case will also show that in a subsequent court proceeding, this defendant took the stand, swore under oath, so too, and during his sworn testimony, he testified that at that same day, at that exact moment depicted in that video, that he in fact did brandish a firearm, a gun, is what he referred to as.
That's some pretty solid testimony.
That you consider the video, you consider the defendant's sworn testimony, and you consider that in the light of your common sense. During the sworn testimony, at no point, the term gun was mentioned during his questioning no less than 6 times. During his testimony, at no time did the defendant say it was a pellet gun, a BB gun, a fake gun, a replica gun. He was very clear that the gun that he had, he gave back to a certain individual. That was him on that video with a gun. So I'm asking you that based on the video, based on the defendant's sworn testimony, and based on your common sense, like we talked about during jury selection, that you find this defendant guilty of this offense. One last thing I want to add is the firearm wasn't recovered. We do not have a firearm. We will not be bringing you that firearm.
Good.
But I will say this, like we talked about during jury selection, if you've got enough of those puzzle pieces there, and you believe it beyond a reasonable doubt, then that's enough. That is enough for you to find this defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. If you believe his sworn testimony from that witness stand, if you believe your own eyes and your common sense that at 2 o'clock in the morning in an argument over quote unquote merchandise that this defendant would be brandishing a firearm, that is enough. And that's what I'm going to ask you to base your verdict on. Your verdict of guilty, find this defendant guilty of the offense of unlawfully possessing a firearm after having been convicted of a felony.
Thank you, Mr. Coleman. Mr. Wilkerson, do you wish to make an opening statement?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, he does.
Afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and we thank you again for being here, for doing your civic duty that allows us to engage in this process of justice. I agree in part with the state's attorney. I do not agree that this case is very straightforward. The evidence that you're going to have before you is a video that makes nothing clear. You have been told about a statement that this defendant made under oath. You will be asked to consider a very, very brief portion of that statement. You'll know nothing about what was going on in the circumstances under which the defendant made that statement. You will notice the state has admitted to you that there will be no term firearm discussed. You'll see in the statement that the answers given by the defendant are very tightly choreographed and controlled by the state's attorney himself during questioning, as he over and over tells the defendant to answer yes or no questions. So at the end of all of that, you'll also hear from a detective who had this video for some other investigative purpose. What you'll learn is that a offense report was completed on October 15th, October 14th of 2025. You'll learn from that same detective that a complaint was then submitted on October 15th, 2025 for statements that he was not present for and did not hear.
Okay.
And so, and at the end of all of it, you'll be asked to consider several things, right? Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt that this defendant possessed a firearm? And with regard to the statement that the prosecution keeps referencing, was that statement even given voluntarily? Those are you for you. Look forward to y'all hearing it, please.
Thank you, Mr. Wilkerson. Mr. Coleman, you may call your first witness.
This time the state called Amron Kale.
Amron Kale.
Who was under oath already because they all got sworn in bulk, in mass. We do have a court watcher present in this one.
And Mr. Kell, if you'll just kind of move that microphone close, speak loudly and clearly so everyone can hear you.
Yes.
If it's a yes or no question, be sure to say yes or no, not just a head nod or an so the court reporter can take everything down.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you. All right. Good afternoon, Mr. Kale. Would you please state your full name for the court reporter and spell it, please?
Imran Kale, Imran, last name Khail.
And Mr. Kale, do you own certain property that is associated with the Amigos Food Mart here in Beaumont, Texas?
Yes, sir.
And where is that property located, sir?
Address is 1695 College Street, Beaumont, Texas, 77701.
Is that near Avenue D?
Yes, sir.
And Beaumont, of course, is in Jefferson County, Texas, correct?
Yes, sir.
Back in September of 2024, September 14th to be more specific, was that particular property outfitted with surveillance equipment?
Yes, sir.
And that surveillance equipment was capable of making a recording?
Yes, sir.
As far as you know, capable of making an accurate recording, correct?
No, sir.
Well, then listen to my question. As far as you know, was it capable of making an accurate recording?
Accurate? Yes, sir.
Okay. And you, as the owner of that property, you certainly had access to the property and also access to that recording equipment if you chose to, correct?
Yes, sir.
And do you have any reason to believe that back on September the 14th of 2024 that recording equipment was not operating properly?
No, sir.
In fact, have you viewed certain video from that day, from the early morning hours of that day? Have you reviewed video?
Yes, sir.
And may I approach the witness, Judge?
You may.
Yeah, I'm going to hand you what I am marking as State's Exhibit number 1. Before we talk about State's Exhibit number 1, I'm going to ask you whether or not you recognize this.
Yes, sir.
How do you recognize it?
I'm the one who wrote it. Yes, sir.
You wrote your initials here
and the date.
in today's date?
Yes, sir.
What does that signify?
That it belonged to me.
All right. That you reviewed it prior to your testimony here today?
Yes.
And
like,
is
no,
this
it's mine
video from
Has my
September the
name
14th of 2024 at the location there at the Amigos Food Mart?
Yes, sir.
And you know this to be video based on what?
The resemblance outside this my location.
No,
yes.
You know that what's outside of that location?
Yes, sir.
And you recognize it from looking at the video?
Correct.
Any reason to believe that the video contained on this USB drive has been in any way altered or manipulated?
No, sir.
Judge, at this time, State offers State's Exhibit number 1. It has been previously provided to defense counsel in discovery, tendered to him for his inspection.
No objection, Your Honor.
State's one's admitted.
Now, in addition to the video or videos, different video angles there on State's Exhibit number 1, there have been certain still photos
Yes, sir.
that were screenshot from the video.
Correct.
Right, and those screenshots, what we have done is save them to another USB drive, and we've also printed them out, correct?
Correct.
May I approach the witness, Judge?
You may.
I am going to show you what I'm going to mark as State's Exhibit number 2, and three through 8.
2 and 3 through 8. I think 2 is the digital, 3 through 8 are the printouts. Just know when the video is played, I may have to switch to this view right here. So it will be playing on that screen. I just have to be really cautious with what's going on right now with YouTube.
Let's start with State's Exhibit number
I don't want to risk
2, this USB drive.
I don't want to risk anything.
Do you recognize
like
this
the channel.
USB drive? So I'm going to get it out of the package.
It's brand new.
Do you recognize this USB drive?
Yes, sir.
How do you recognize it?
My initial, my date.
Okay.
Yes.
Today's date?
Correct.
And you meaning signifying that you reviewed it, and the still photos that it contains, are they true and accurate copies of still photos that were screenshot from the video that's containing State's Exhibit number 1?
Yes, sir.
And we printed out those still shots, and I'll ask you to take a look at State's Exhibits 3 through 8 and let me know if those are true and accurate printed copies of the still photos from State's Exhibit number 2.
So we'll admit the disc, show the
Yeah.
pictures.
Your Honor, at this time, State offers State's Exhibit number 2 through 8. It's been previously provided to the defense counsel, discovery and tendered to the defense counsel for his inspection.
What are the witness briefly?
Sure.
Mr. Cale, did you take these screenshots?
No, sir.
Did somebody else from a state or government office take these screenshots?
Could be, possibly.
Could be possibly, okay. And these screenshots, are these the size of the images on the recording?
Yes, sir.
Or are these screenshots in some way zoomed in?
Look like it's been zoomed in.
Looks like it's been zoomed in. So you can't say with any, since you didn't take these
Mr. Wilkerson, come up to the podium.
since you didn't take these screenshots, and since you didn't zoom in with them, you can't say with any certainty that these screenshots haven't been manipulated, can you?
No, they look 100% genuine to me, sir.
Okay, but what I'm asking you, based on the fact that you didn't take these, based on the fact that you didn't create zoomed in images, well, do you know how the zoomed in images were created?
No, sir.
But do you know how the extra
Yes, sir.
pixels were generated when the zoomed in photographs were taken?
I mean, it could be easily done through the recording. It's the screenshot that, I have surveillance cameras at my location, and if I want to take a screenshot, but the resolution and the image look identical to the video.
That's the right answer.
The resolution of
Yeah, the resolution. Yes.
when you take a screenshot from that video, the pictures come out this size?
Because it's not high quality pictures. The quality cameras, so it's not. You're not going to get a perfect clear picture.
What I asked is, do the screenshots come out this size?
Objection, Judge. It's been asked and answered. I think it's getting argumentative at this point.
Sustained.
Your Honor, we object to the omission of exhibits 2 through 8.
Your Honor, I believe it's proper predicate for that.
Your objections overruled. State's Exhibit 2 and then 3 through 8 are admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll pass this witness. Thank you, Mr. Kidd.
Any questions, Mr.
No further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Any objection to Mr. Pale being excused?
No, no.
None from the defense.
Thank you, Mr. Kell.
Thank you.
One witness down. It was a good try.
You may call your next witness.
This time, the state of Texas.
Kelly
would like
H.,
to
I'd love
offer
that
an
name
exhibit
if you can
that
get
is
it to me.
self-authenticating, and that exhibit would be, just get a second, Judge.
What's out of focus? Am I out of
That would
focus?
be an excerpt from a prior court proceeding, Your
I'm in
Honor,
focus.
involving this defendant.
Refresh.
They are marking as State's Exhibit number 9, and it has been, it's a certified copy of a transcript, and it's been previously provided to defense counsel as part of my notice of intention to introduce this transcript. For the record, I'm tendered to defense counsel for an inspection.
Object both under the rules of optional completeness and the rules at 403, Your Honor.
That's overruled. State's 9 is admitted.
Likewise, the state would also offer, for calling my next witness, State's Exhibit number 10, which is a certified judgment that I proffer and represent to the court as the underlying predicate felony read to the jury in the indictment. There is a procedural matter with regard to the introduction of this that I think we need to talk to the court about before I tender it. There's information we can talk about.
Okay.
He's saying, may we approach?
Outside the presence of the jury and the circumstances.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take just a short 10-minute break. It's about 5 minutes till 3. We'll try to get started about 5 minutes after 3. Please keep in mind all those instructions you were given yesterday. If everyone else would please remain seated in the courtroom, you're excused for about 10 minutes.
Jury's headed out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It looks like 8 jurors. 8, 10, 11, 12. 12 jurors? 13. 12 jurors and 1 alternate.
All right, let the record reflect the jury's outside the presence of the courtroom. So what is the issue?
Judge, the certified judgment for that evading arrest and detention has some other information attached to it that I don't think the jury needs to necessarily see. I didn't separate it out because it's part of that entire certified document, and I'm happy to take it out for the court. I'll let Mr. Wilson look at it. I've tabbed it here for Mr. Wilson.
Of the list of priors. No, I agree that shouldn't go before the jury at this time, Your Honor. But at this point, even if offered, I would object to the relevance as it hasn't been proven to be a judgment related to this defendant.
I'm going to get to that relation to the defendant in just a second.
Well, you might have to do that right away. Has to be relevant.
So other than the objection, Mr. Wilkerson, you are in agreement, it looks like, with the first. Technically, it's 6 pages. That it's 5 pages make up the judgment. The last page shows that it's a certified document for those 5 pages. And then we've got that tab that has all the other information. And so, notwithstanding your objection, which we'll talk about in a minute, just with regard to what is being offered, you agree that we can remove that back part and just go forward with the 6 pages?
Yes.
I'm gonna.
Just pull.
Should be proven.
Yeah. No, I'm just for now, that way we're talking about State's Exhibit number 10, which is a 6-page document.
I'll get that surplus issue.
There's both. So with regard to proof before it is introduced, Mr. Coleman, there's some other testimony or
I have a self-authenticating certified criminal history record from the state, the Texas Department of Public Safety, that has the defendant's identifiers that link back to this judgment, in particular, a SID number in his name as well. And there are other identifiers in the certified criminal history from DPS that includes actually a photo of the defendant, his date of birth, his FBI number,
You have an FBI number?
among other things, Judge.
And that's the part that obviously the jury would not see.
Well,
But
what I have done is I have the complete certified copy from DPS that has his entire criminal history, and I've prepared a redacted version that only has the evading arrest information in it.
I haven't had an opportunity to examine the judge.
Well, I think we put the certified criminal history in the discovery, but this is a redacted version. I'm happy to show it to you. That only has the evading arrest. Everything else has been redacted out.
I have an FBI number. I didn't know I had an FBI number. What can I do with my FBI number? Nothing? Probably. I think nothing. Judge is reviewing the redacted copy. Defense is reviewing.
Have the complete certified criminal history for accuracy.
so is that marked as states?
That should be, my plan is marked as 11.
Okay.
I didn't yet. And I'll take my post-it notes off.
So we've got 10 is the certified judgment, 11 is the certified records from DPS with the everything redacted other than the jurisdictional underlying offense of evading arrest or detention with previous convictions, correct?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Wilkerson, with regard to states 10 and 11?
We still object, Your Honor. These haven't been specifically tied to this defendant before they are introduced as evidence against him, not in the process, they shouldn't be introduced and then somebody testified, yeah, I think that's the defendant sitting there based on an old picture where he has a shaved head and doesn't really look like in the picture, Judge. We would object.
It looks just like him in the picture for the record. Other than the hair, there is a picture. It's a thumbnail size picture. It is definitely, in my opinion, a picture of the defendant. If you'll show them both to me again, please. Hand me both 10 and 11.
There's also a SID number.
Because they are, and I understand, I guess, Mr. Coleman, so because they're certified, obviously these are self-authenticating. The part that your objection is that they aren't tied to Mr. Johnson here today.
That's correct, Your Honor. The identity of the defendant as compared to the identity in the judgment and any certified criminal history, which also includes on the last page lines showing where it looks like prior records had been, but in any event has not been tied to this defendant by any fingerprint evidence or any other method in which it could be established as relevant to this defendant.
I would like to point out, Judge, that the indictment lists the defendant's name and date of birth, same date of birth, name and date of birth that appears in both of those documents, or at least in the certified criminal history letter.
It's getting spicy already. We haven't even started really. One witness in.
And Judge, if I may add that any additional objection would go toward the weight and not the admissibility of that of the evidence.
All right, so based on the information that is in State's Exhibit number 11, which has the defendant's name, Romeo Randolph Johnson, on the front page, It says black male or BM, date of birth 1988, excuse me, which is the same date of birth that is listed on the indictment in this case. The second page has more information, but specifically it has that picture, which I'm able to see for myself that picture, in fact, matches Mr. Johnson, who is sitting here in the courtroom today, but for different hair in that picture.
But for the hair.
It has the same date of
That's
birth
what a but
listed on
for
that
is.
second page of that as well. And then third page goes on with the same tracking number, same name, Romeo Randolph Johnson, with the prior felony offense of evading arrest or detention with previous convictions as listed in the indictment that we have here in clause number 25, DCCR 1626. Then with regard to that information, and you go to State's Exhibit number 10, which is the actual judgment prepared here in Jefferson County of conviction, has the same name of Romeo Randolph Johnson. It has the same disposition date on the judgment that is listed on the DPS criminal history that is also listed in the indictment. All three of those have the same disposition date of April 13th of 2022. So for all of those reasons, I think the identity, even without the thumbprint, which sometimes it's not required. Obviously, if there's a thumbprint that can be identified, that is used, but other identifying factors can be used in introducing items like this. And so I'm going to overrule your objection, and states 10 and 11 are admitted.
What we would ask, Your Honor, is with regard to states 11, that the court seal that for having admitted states 10 for its own, for purposes of proving up the judgment, and then seal 11 as a court's exhibit that you based your ruling on the demographics and whatnot set forth in that. We think that there's, if it's only to show that it is indeed this defendant, and the court's making a ruling based.
Well, the problem is if there's argument about the weight of the judgment to the jury, then I think it would be important to have both in. I'm not going to seal something that I've admitted as a state's record as a court's exhibit. So states 11 is admitted and states 10 is admitted.
Defense has lost.
We would ask
lost
reconsider only to the demographics set forth that include tattoos and things of that nature. To the height, weight, and the photograph, obviously we have no issue with that being put before the jury.
I mean, the list of tattoos and scars on here are not specific as to what the tattoos are. It just says that there are tattoos on different places. So no, I'm not going to do that. So there's 10 and 11.
He's lost everything so far.
That's all I needed to address, Your Honor, off the record.
Okay, all right.
I should say outside.
Outside the presence of the jury. In anything else before we bring the jury back in?
No, Judge.
Not from the defense.
All right, we can get the jury back in, please.
If you will bring the jury.
All right, jury's coming in.
And Mr. Coleman, these are sitting right here. We need them.
You need it, or you want to need it?
Thomas just sent me a picture of goldfish crackers. The big old box of Old Bay on the shelf at the store. I'm just a little bit jealous. Now I'm going to need to go to the store, see if I can find something. If he's got something to eat on the podcast this week, I've got to find something as well. Yeah, Northwest, had the defense won a couple of those battles that they just fought, this would be a very different case, but it looks like the state won all of them. All the evidence is coming in. We've got video of him supposedly holding the offensive weapon.
Let the record reflect the jury seated, state's attorneys present, defendant, defense counsel present. Mr. Coleman, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. At least for the benefit of the jury, I'd like to point out that state exhibits number 10 and 11 have been admitted into evidence. Number states 10 being the judgment of conviction for evading arrest with previous convictions from Rule 13 to 2022, and a certified criminal history record from the Texas Department of Public Safety.
Now that comes in because
this time, Your Honor, the state will call Detective Lance Carmouche.
It's an element of the charge. He was in possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, so it's an element of the charge. That's the only reason they're allowed to bring in his prior history. Otherwise, that would normally be considered prejudicial and it would not be allowed in. But this is the only type of situation where they can. Those Old Bay crackers. Old Bay crackers are better than the original. Better than the original cheddar. I tell you, it's true. Oh, my goodness. Caleb. You'll give me time to learn the name.
And Detective Carmouche was previously sworn. You can have a seat, sir. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Please state your full name for the court reporter.
Lance Anthony Carmouche II.
And how are you employed?
I am a patrol officer with the Beaumont Police Department.
And your training and background, what does that include?
I've taken numerous amounts of investigator schools, interview schools, homicide detective schools.
What do you do with all these
drug
schools?
Schools, undercover work. Been doing it for about 18 and a half years.
And you're a certified peace officer in the state of Texas?
Yes, sir.
And your duties at least back on September the 14th of 2024, what did they include?
I was assigned to the Beaumont Police Department's persons unit. We handle all major crimes, homicide, aggravated assaults, robberies, things of that nature.
And as part of your duties, did you become a part of an investigation that involved surveillance video from Amigos Food Mart located on College?
Yes, sir.
Amigos Food Market College near Avenue D, is that fair to say?
Yes, sir, Avenue D.
Beaumont, Texas, Jefferson County, Texas, correct?
Correct, sir.
And the surveillance video that we're referencing, did you get an opportunity to review that video?
Many times.
And how many different camera angles are we talking?
I believe there is two.
Okay.
If I'm correct, I believe there was two.
Two different angles, but three separate videos from those.
Yes. The way the building is placed, one is kind of facing towards College Street and camera-wise, and the other one's facing more towards the southern portion of the business.
And the events depicted on the video, did they occur in the early morning hours of September the 14th of 2024?
Yes, sir, I believe so.
And we're talking about somewhere around 2 a.m., correct?
Thereabouts.
Thereabouts. So it's fair to say it's dark outside, the parking lot was dark.
Yeah.
The quality of the video, how would you describe the quality of the video for this jury?
Then being, the best, one being the worst, I'd say a 7 to 8.
And Before we look at the video, please tell the jury what you saw when you looked at that video, just as a summary, briefly.
I was trying during my investigation that I was doing into another incident. I was pretty much watching, and in the video, I can see a defendant and another subject named Ethan Smith walking from Gilbert and Avenue D, which is basically one street south of College. They were walking towards the Three Amigos store. The defendant gets into a verbal argument with another subject. Ranish pulls out a firearm, is walking around, follows the guy with the firearm in his hand. And Mr. Smith, Ethan, he had to go and retrieve the firearm from the defendant and then told him to go to this car where his friend was going to drive him off. And once they got back to the car, he handed him his gun back, and then they drove off of College Street.
And the individual who possessed the firearm, were you able through your investigation to identify the person?
Oh, yes.
And who did you identify him to be?
Romeo Johnson.
Romeo Randolph Johnson?
Yes.
Do you see Romeo Randolph Johnson in the courtroom here today?
There he sits.
What is he
There
wearing,
he
please?
sits. I guess it'll be black and white checker.
Your Honor, I ask that the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
The record will so reflect.
Now, we've talked about the video. Let's, with the court's permission, I'd like to publish the video, please.
Sure.
Okay, I might have to shrink this down a little bit. So 6. I'm not sure if we get to see it at all. Kelly, thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Officer Carmouche, there's a screen behind you. It's more helpful. There's also a pointer. It's up to you. Got the laser pointer. Orient the jury. What are we looking? What perspective are we looking from, and what are we looking out onto?
Okay, this road right here that goes north and south is Avenue D. This course, this camera was inside the business of Three Amigos. There's a street over here that goes east and west. It's Gilbert Street. And this would be the parking lot on the west side of the business.
It's gotten hung up, Judge. I may need to restart.
Okay.
Well, this solves the problem of not showing something that the YouTube doesn't want shown, because we don't get to see it either. I was hoping to have a middle ground somewhere, but no. At least we have a court watcher, even though we can't see. Yes, maybe the court watcher can tell us a little bit. She's right there in the middle between the two tables, straight back.
Oh, well, it's not playing good.
How many lawyers does it take to play a video? Sounds like a joke. Well, if you can't present evidence, you can't present evidence. Maybe it's not coming in. That laser pointer the officer has is a serious device. It's almost like a lightsaber. Think how many hours of court time are wasted by attorneys who are not able to work the tech properly. We could pay off the national debt with the savings if we just taught these people how to use their computers. I don't have the name Mary. I mean, it was in chat previously. So I can scroll back and see if we can find it, but Texan TX2, I believe. Right there. Here it is. There's our court watcher. Texan, Texas 2.
All right, Officer Carmucci, it looks like we got our technical difficulties worked out here. What is happening there on the right of the screen?
In this area right here by this kind of Winnebago looking car right here, right by it is this little short taqueria stand. Several people were there just that work for Mike's Furniture and or just hanging about getting some food. And in that area at the time, I believe was Mr. Johnson.
All right, that's on the left hand of the screen. What's happening on the right hand of the screen there?
That would be Mr. Johnson's ride.
All right.
Out of there.
So you mean the other right?
Mr. Johnson is here with a white shirt and black shorts. At the time, he's currently in an argument with the subject that he's behind this pole here, but you'll see him walk this direction. There he is. He's in an argument with this guy, and Mr. Johnson's right there.
I'm going to interrupt Officer Cromwell. For the purposes of the record, we're about 32 seconds into the video. And is it fair to say, well, how would you characterize the defendant's demeanor?
He looked angry.
All right, we're about 36 seconds into the video. What, if anything, jumps out or is distinguishable for you?
Right there, you see that's Mr. Johnson. He's holding a firearm in his right hand. While he's walking, and when he first was walking, he was walking straight on. And usually people don't do that unless they have something in their pocket because he's wearing shorts, so he's not wearing a holster. It's loose.
We're about 40 seconds into the video. I know it takes a little bit to kind of focus in there, but what, if anything, has become more apparent to you, if anything?
The firearm in his right hand. And the fact that he's approaching with the subject that he was having an argument with earlier.
You've watched this video a number of times, is that fair to say?
Very much.
And having watched the video, are you able to make out any distinguishing features of a firearm?
Yes, sir.
What are they?
And you can tell, in some frames of it, you can see the bottom of the firearm where the magazine well is. You can see in other angles where, because he's walking, the slide action of it. You can actually see there where his finger is cupped in it, kind of like that.
This other individual, about 44 seconds into the video, what happens, or what do you believe happens based on watching this video?
That's
Objection, speculation, or I'm asking what he believes happened based on watching the video.
Overruled.
You can answer, officer.
So this is Ethan Smith right here. I know him very well. He arrived with Mr. Johnson. He obtained the firearm from Mr. Johnson and basically said, come on, get out of here.
Objection, hearsay, you're
Overruled. You cannot say what he said or
Okay,
what you
sorry.
think he might have said unless.
He's making gestures.
Sustained.
Based on your observation of the video, who do you believe has that firearm at this point?
At this point, it's Mr. Smith.
So it appears, based on the video and your testimony, that the defendant had the firearm initially. Then Smith gets the firearm from the defendant.
Correct.
Is Smith a fellow? Is he also walking and carrying that firearm that in a manner that in your training and experience people typically carry firearms?
Yes, sir.
We're about 1 minute and 11 seconds into this video for purposes of the record. What is happening here, Officer Crumwich?
Mr. Smith right here is about to hand this over to Mr. Johnson with his right hand.
This being the firearm.
This being the firearm.
And again, and now I'm happy. What I'm gonna do is run this video back and just play it full speed without pausing, so the jury benefit of the jury. But you've had the benefit of watching this video numerous times, correct?
Yes, sir.
And to the extent you can zoom in and focus, you've done that, correct?
Yes, sir.
And based on your training, law enforcement training, and having watched this video, did you form an opinion as to what, if any, object these two are trading back and forth?
Yes, sir.
What is that opinion?
A firearm.
That was all asked and answered.
What does that timestamp say at the very top up there?
I believe it says 1:47 and 37 seconds.
That's on, looks like 2024, September 14th?
September 14th, 2024. So.
All right. What I'd like to do now, Officer Carmouche, I know we paused it a number of times. I'm gonna just run it back and just play it without interruption.
So.
It's like a silent movie. They're watching the video and the whole thing. If he ranks it a 7 out of 10 on quality, 7 out of 10 I'd say is like 720p resolution, which is 4 times better than bank teller video.
Of course, permission, I'd like to publish these still photos. Thank you, Judge. States 3 through 8. Record, we're looking at State's exhibit number 3, and if it's more helpful to refer to the screen behind you, then please by all means do that. And if it's better to use an actual physical pointer, I think we've got a physical pointer, and the court will allow you to stand up and do that as well.
Whatever's easier.
He's like, you see this beard? I like lasers.
All right. What, if anything, is distinguishable or that you think is noteworthy for this jury?
In his right hand, the slit, so his hand is cupping here. Right here is where you can see the magazine well of a black pistol. You see this protruding, and that's this is firearm how he is, and his fingers kind of looks like it's that. Like his knuckle is, his trigger fingers, index finger, I'm sorry, is 4.
Closing State's Exhibit number 4. I don't want to characterize it for you, but is it a better angle, better shot, a more clear shot?
It's a different shot, same quality, but like before, here's the matte black magazine well, and here is the firearm slide.
For the record, this is State's Exhibit number 5. This is the individual who you identified as Ethan Smith. What, if anything, is noteworthy or remarkable for the jury?
He now has the firearm in his hand right now, clasping it in his left hand. Kind of not holding it as well, most folks would think. It's like he's grabbing it like it's a norm kind of thing, kind of like just doing this.
State's
Like
Exhibit
it's an
number
orb?
7.
He grabs it like an orb?
But you testified to that earlier about what happens or is about to happen.
Yes, sir.
What was that?
On the left is Mr. Smith. On the right is Mr. Johnson. In the right hand of Mr. Smith is the firearm. As they meet up together to part ways and leave, you can see him, Mr. Smith, hand Mr. Johnson the firearm, and then walk off.
And State's Exhibit number 8, is that handoff? Is it fair to say that handoff is depicted in State's Exhibit number 8?
Yes, sir.
How many jurors are like, oh yeah, like my orb?
I'd like to next direct your attention to State's Exhibit number 9. Did you bring your copy of the transcript with you, State Exhibit number 9?
Yes, sir.
I would, for purposes of the jury, I think what I'd like to do is ask that we read this to the jury, and I'd ask that there is questioning by the prosecutor in that case, and then there's answers being given by the defendant in that particular.
So who's going to play who?
Approach, Your Honor.
Sure.
We're about to get a dramatic reading. Okay, she had to mute the mic. We're trying to read the prosecutor's notes. If he would hold them horizontally instead of vertically, that would help. He missed a spot shaving twice. I'm not sure if this dramatic reading is going to go over well. A little lip reading. I like to stand far enough back that we don't get spittle on us when we're lip reading, though. We're really, really close. Kelsey, thank you very much for the 5 gifted memberships. Congratulations to the recipients. I just want to know who was going to play who. Was the prosecutor play the prosecutor, or was the prosecutor going to be the defendant? Defense is holding out here for their first win of this case. They've had none so far today. 0. It's like 0 out of 10. Crystal, thank you very much for the hand clap. Did I check the burner? Kelly, yes. Yes, I did. I got a name. Is that what you're referring to? Susan CR gifted 5 memberships as well. It's just raining memberships here. Congratulations to the recipients. Thank you, Susan, for your generosity. Yeah, Kelly, I really appreciate that. I really do. I might sleep better tonight, seriously, because of that. Sorry, I've got a whole bunch of messages, too. It's a long sidebar, considering it's just a dramatic reading. There's pretty much only one argument to be made here, unless there's content that shouldn't be provided. If you can hold up the script a little better for us, sir, we could be able to read it and follow along. But there's the script. Judge makes the decision. Everyone heads back to the table. Turn the mic back on. Everyone picks up the script. We're going to do the reading. Where were we? Judge, mics. Judge West, please. Good thing we have a court watcher.
Yeah, or at least an excerpt of the transcript from that proceeding.
Yes, sir.
What I'd like to do for purposes of publishing it to this jury is I'd like to read the questions that were asked of this defendant. And if you would be kind enough to read the responses word for word of the defendant from that court proceeding, please.
Yes, sir.
My question will be real pointed. I'm going to either ask you yes or no questions.
Yes, sir.
Or I'm going to ask you questions that require just a very specific answer. And in this question, I am asking you simply, who were you angry with?
A fellow that I was talking to, his, I guess you would call it his merchandise, he called it.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Mr. Johnson. And you would agree with me that you were pretty animated, pretty worked up, yes or no?
No, sir.
You weren't?
No, sir.
Okay, if that's your opinion, that's fine. What did you do with the gun that you were handed there at the Amigos parking lot?
Gave it back to who the gun belonged to.
Okay, the owner of the gun? Oh, excuse me.
Yeah.
The question was, okay, and then?
The owner of the gun.
Okay, did you give it back to him on the video? Can we see that if we replay that video?
Sir, you should be able to.
No, yes or no. Remember, it's gonna probably always be yes or no, or a short answer.
Oh.
If we were to replay the video, Mr. Johnson, will we be able to see you give that gun back?
I'm not sure, sir. If you look at it.
Okay.
You have cameras at the angle.
Objection, non-responsive, and the court in that case responded with just answer the question very specifically. And the question followed, thank you, Mr. Johnson. I will move on, sir. When did you give it back to that person?
He went and got my He went and got something for me, brought it back to me.
When I asked,
When he come back to the car,
excuse me, Mr. Johnson, I'll make you a deal. I won't talk over you if you don't
I apologize.
talk over me. I apologize, sir. No, excuse me, that's you.
Yeah, prosecutor, I apologize. Yes, sir.
When I say when, all I want is a time or a time frame.
Yes, sir.
Please, when did you give him the gun back?
When he came back to the car.
And what time frame would that be?
Oh, I'm not sure, sir. I couldn't pinpoint you down
A matter of minutes?
yes, sir. Matter of probably not even, probably a minute.
All right. The person that gave you the gun that you gave the gun back to, what was his name?
Ethan Smith.
So if I call Ethan Smith as a witness, Ethan Smith will essentially give testimony that, that they essentially say the same thing you just said.
Sir, I'm not sure what Ethan will say.
That's a fair point. Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
All right, that takes us back to the Gwyneth Paltrow ski crash case, where we had a dramatic reading in that one.
And I think lastly, I'd like to walk through State's Exhibit number 10, the judgment for the felony conviction, the prior felony conviction for evading arrest with previous convictions. Do you have a copy there with you?
Yes, sir. I have a highlighted copy.
All right. And is it an exact copy, or at least the exact copy of the first page of State's Exhibit number 10? May I approach you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Feel free to compare the two of them.
Get fine. Defense still has not won a single objection today. They've made a bunch, like
What
approaching
is
10.
the cause number on that judgment?
Cause number is 20-34416.
And who is listed as the defendant in that case?
Romeo Randolph Johnson.
And the court in which that judgment was entered or rendered?
In the criminal district court, Jefferson County.
What date was that sentence imposed?
Sentence?
Be April 13, 2022.
And the offense?
Evading arrest with previous convictions.
And the punishment?
Confinement in the institution of division of TDCJ for a term of 4 years.
So is it fair to say that if on April the 13th of 2022, this defendant received a 4-year sentence, if he possessed a firearm on September the 14th of 2024, it would be within the 5-year period after being confined in this judgment and or being released to parole?
Yes, sir.
Based on your law enforcement training and experience, based on your review of the surveillance video, based on the defendant's admission under oath. And one other thing on that admission, let me ask you this. I don't know if you counted them or not, but how many times, if you recall, was the term gun mentioned in that transcript?
I'd have to look back, sir. I don't know.
Is it fair to say it was mentioned several times?
Yes, multiple times, sir.
At any point, did that defendant say, whoa, wait a minute, what do you mean gun?
It didn't sound like.
Objection, best evidence, Your Honor.
Overruled.
At any point during that exchange, did the defendant say, wait a minute, that was a pellet gun?
No, sir.
At any point, did that defendant say, hold on, that was a BB gun?
No, sir.
Based on that video, the sworn testimony of the defendant, and your law enforcement training, did you form an opinion as to whether or not an offense or offenses have been committed this defendant on September the 14th of 2024?
Yes, sir.
What was that offense?
Unlawful carrying a firearm by a felon.
And that's in violation of chapter 46.04 of the penal code?
Yes, sir.
Did you
Objection
prepare
calls for legal
a
conclusion.
report, at least detailing some of your involvement in this case?
Yes, sir.
And did you review that report prior to testifying today?
Yes, sir.
And did it help to refresh your recollection about the evidence?
It was fairly stuck in my head, and I remember it quite well.
That's what you said.
Thank you, Mr. Coleman. Mr. Wilkerson?
Detective, how did you know what Mr. Johnson said?
At what time, sir?
In the prior proceeding?
I'll have the transcript and
You sure about that?
after.
You sure about that? That it was based on the transcript?
That was one of the things, yeah.
One of the things. What I asked you was, how did you know that's what it said?
At the end of the proceeding, I found out.
Found out.
Was told.
Was told.
The deed.
By someone who is not present to testify, correct?
Let's be the prosecutor.
So you heard from the prosecutor that the defendant, I guess, prosecutor would have characterized it as made an admission during testimony in that proceeding?
Yes, while under oath.
I see. And you immediately, on October 14th, completed an offense report, correct?
Yes, sir.
In your offense report, you didn't mention anything about having been told that this statement was made, did you?
Nope, no, sir.
Nope. And you didn't mention any details of the statement, did you?
No, sir.
And on October 15th, you submitted a complaint signed by yourself as the affidavit, correct?
Correct.
All right. And on September 20th, approach the witness, your Honor.
Sure.
I'll show you what's been on. And admitted, State's Exhibit 9, this record was prepared on September 20th, correct? Or, I'm sorry, on October 20th, correct?
Not sure. It's be the reporter's
At the
certificate.
very end, yes, where it's certified.
20th day of October 25.
Right, so this wasn't prepared until after you had already submitted your offense report and your complaint. That was signed also by the district attorney, correct?
I'm not sure when they signed it, but yeah, I believe it was.
Oh. Approach the witness.
Sure.
Would it refresh your recollection looking at the complaint that you submitted?
In dates in here somewhere? Where? Yeah, October 15th. Okay.
Hmm.
Sorry.
Okay. That was October 15th, correct?
I'm what?
Yes.
So is it the case that you were instructed to prepare an offense report and a complaint?
It was always an option to file that.
Always an option. Well, let me ask you about that. Always an option. Your underlying investigation where this video stems from, there was nothing in that report that you completed mentioned about this defendant ever being in possession of a firearm, was there?
One more time, sir. I'm sorry.
Let me try and clarify the question. The scene depicted here in the video that's been admitted, in this and the underlying allegations of this charge, in that case, or in the underlying case that you were investigating, charges against this defendant for unlawful possession of a firearm by felon had never been contemplated or weren't contemplated by you when your offense report was submitted, were they?
It was contemplated, and I sent it to Dave's office, and they have their prerogative of when they send it to grand jury.
When you say it was contemplated, usually when a case is submitted to the DA's office, the allegations or the specific charges for which any person was arrested or for which an indictment is being sought are set forth in that offense report, are they not?
You're asking if it was in another offense report?
Correct.
No, because I didn't have that charge in that.
So when you say it was always an option, there was something that triggered an instruction to you to prepare this complaint?
The decision.
A decision made by someone else, correct?
No, sir. I actually had the decision myself. And
you weren't instructed to do this.
No, sir. That was an option that was always on the table.
My question was, were you instructed to prepare this? And
as I said, no.
You were not instructed to prepare this.
Yes. Out of like nowhere. Like it's always was an option.
Objection, non-responsive.
Ruling?
If
Nope,
it was
no
always
ruling.
an option, why did you only prepare it on October 15th or 14th, the offense report on October 14th of 2025, when this event occurred in September 2024, and you had been in possession of that video since your investigation that led to the confiscation of
Y'all come up for a second.
The judge is going to shut him down. It's going to shut him down because the
4
question.
will get started at about 5 minutes after 4. Please keep in mind all the instructions you were previously given. If everyone else would please remain seated, you're excused for about 10 minutes.
The judge is going to say, what does it matter? Did he commit the crime or didn't he? Doesn't matter. It was within the statute of limitations. The fact that, this was,
Like a puzzle to get out.
the fact that this was filed after he beat his murder charge is irrelevant to the question of whether or not he committed this crime. So I think.
All right, let the record reflect the jury's outside the presence of the courtroom. I'm at this point going to instruct you. Everything that you're asking has been asked and answered. The continued belaboring of it is, in my opinion, an attempt to get Detective Carmouche to say something that I've instructed everyone not to say. And it's extremely frustrating because I have granted a motion to eliminate. We had a specific conversation, and continuing to do that and ask those questions, he's not allowed to answer them in the way that I have instructed prior. And so you are going to stop with that questioning. You've got it out that there was some time frame for whatever reason, but we're not going to get to some aha moment where he says what he's not supposed to say. And I appreciate that from him, but we're done with that line of questioning.
All right, I need to make an offer of proof, Your Honor. I don't know if you want to do that now or after this witness is.
With regard to what?
With regard to the objections for 107, specifically optional completeness and the.
No, we're not talking about that right now. We'll do that.
Prejudicial, okay.
Yeah, we're going to take a break and then we're going to complete your questioning. And then when we don't have a jury waiting on us, we'll take care of whatever we need to either before, after, or during breaks.
One thing, Your Honor, if I may, I could ask the court maybe consider the question by this defendant about the underlying report and the fact that what it didn't mention, the underlying report did not mention a firearm. He's talking about the report for the other offense. I don't know that it necessarily opens the door.
No, I reworded it so that.
No, this is why I'm frustrated right now,
because the report you're talking about is the report that we're not supposed to be talking about, the underlying offense that we're not supposed to be talking about, that I specifically said. So we're not going to go into anything else at this time. Let's continue with your cross-examination when the jury comes back in. We're done with that line of questioning about why he did or didn't do anything at a certain time frame, because all that's doing is an attempt to elicit something that I have already ruled on. So we're going to take a short break. We'll be in recess.
And he got cut off. So once again, defense goes back to their table, cracks open one of the green cans, not Heineken, might be Sprite, and walks out. Prosecutor smiling because he won yet again. Let's see, are they going to be talking to the officer who's currently on the stand? He knows better than to talk to him. Whoa. He's under oath. He's a sitting witness. Oh my goodness. No. No. Here. Hey, is anybody here? He looks over his shoulder. Nobody? No, go ahead and show him that. Okay. Yeah. All right. Nods. Gets the approval. Another explanation from the prosecutor, just like when he explained how to file charges on this one. Okay. Yeah. Reads the document once again. This is so not good. This is so not good. Both prosecutors talking to the sitting witness while he's on the stand under oath during a break, presumably about his testimony. Because he's reading off his legal transcript, his notes on the case. And the prosecutor makes a few notes after having a conversation with the witness. Now gets his hand slapped a little bit. I think the bailiff might have mentioned something there. There's a hand slap gesture. Good crap. What did they let? The conversation's ongoing. It's from both sides, back and forth. Uh-oh. The judge just called them into chambers, I believe. Possibly. The sidebar Texan says the sidebar had to do with asked and answered. He was touching on things that were motions in limine. Yes. Something that we're not supposed to. The prosecutor just spent a great deal of time talking to a witness who is currently on the stand. I wonder if this is going to be an issue. He's trying for a mistrial, possibly. got a bailiff that witnessed the whole thing. He can testify to it, and he should, because it's on video, he should say what actually happened. The bailiff was standing behind him, pulled out his phone while they were talking. Then the other prosecutor came in, sort of waved his papers like he was frustrated, pointed at the door, and they both zoomed in to the same door the judge goes in during the breaks. Tony, thanks. Let me look at it. We'll have to look and see. California's a hard... Sorry, I'm answering a text message over the voice. California is a hard case state to get video out of. Video access. The defense attorney is riled up. Something's really... I mean, more so than the other day. I'm really curious if this causes problems. JMR, what happened was defense got their hands smacked in a big way for doing the thing they're not supposed to do. There was a motion in limine. It's a decision that's made before trial starts about what to do in case something comes up in court, or if they're allowed to bring something up in court. The judge considers the evidence, considers the situation, considers the law, and makes a ruling and says, I'm going to allow you to say this, but not that. Or I'll allow you to bring up this document, but not that one. Yes, you can ask that question, but not anything else. And so it happens that once this ruling's in place, you're expected to follow it. And in this particular case, the defense, we know this because we watched this morning, this exact ruling, the defense was told what they could not bring up, and they could not bring up this prior event and trying to solicit or elicit from the witness the fact that the defendant was acquitted of murder in a previous case. And they kept asking questions and questions and questions. The judge finally put a stop to it and said, I'm not going to let this go on any further. Smacked him, said, you're going to stop doing this, and you're going to move on to a different subject. And as soon as she called that break and the jury went out, here comes the judge, or here comes the defendant. As soon as she called that break and the jury went out, the defense lawyer left the room, probably ran to the little boy's room or something, or I guess in his case, the little lawyer's room, and then the witness got off the stand and went down and started talking with the prosecutor. And the prosecutor was like flipping his notes and handed him papers, and they're looking at things and they're talking, and he's writing in his legal pad, the same one he's doing question and answering from. He's talking about the officer's testimony while he's on the stand. And that's not okay. That is not okay. It all happened on video. He's back now. The prosecutor's back. They had walked back into the back room for a little while, but the other prosecutor comes out. He's smiling, so I guess no harm, no foul. Our clerk's back. Everyone stands for the judge. Judge is here. She's going to take the bench. Turn on the camera.
All right, let the record reflect state's attorneys present, defendant and defense counsel are present. And so with regard to state's exhibit number 9, Mr. Smith.
Judge, state's exhibit number 9 is what was admitted, had the 3 pages you did not want on. I have made a copy of that with just pages 4 through 7. And we have labeled that state's exhibit 9A. 9 will be for purposes of the record only. 9A will be what will be given to the jury.
All right. Thank you very much. So 9 is record purposes only. 9A will be what is admitted for the jury. Anything else before we bring the jury back in?
That was it. Not from the finish on.
All right, you can bring the jury back in. Note to do that.
You will bring the jury. Typically, when a witness is on the stand, they're told not to discuss their testimony with anyone during the break. This witness was not instructed, but as an officer, he should know that. As an experienced law enforcement officer, I know that the prosecutor knows that, which is why it seems so suspicious that he was like looking at the door and then talking to the guy. Murder Show 66, 29 months on the jury. OG, thank you very much. Best court family on the web. Good night, John Boy. Yeah, we are. We are absolutely 100%. Jury's coming back. Defense has yet to win a single objection.
Let the record reflect the jury seated, state's attorneys present, defendant and defense counsel are present. Mr. Wilkerson, you may proceed.
Detective, did you review State's Exhibit 9 prior to testifying today? The transcript?
Transcript? Yes.
Did you review the transcript of the entirety of this defendant's prior testimony?
No, sir. I only read the excerpt.
Is it fair to say that the excerpt is a selective portion of that prior testimony?
Yes, sir.
Part of a much longer exchange?
Yes, sir.
Questions, they aren't typically asked in a vacuum, are they?
No objection.
All right. And have you, how many trials would you estimate you testified in?
Maybe 35, 30 to 40, somewhere around there.
During all that time, you've been cross-examined any number of times. Is that accurate?
Yes.
All right. You ever had something that you included in your offense report or something that you said taken out of context?
Yes.
And did that create a misleading impression?
Yes.
Would you agree that it's important that misleading impressions not be created?
Yes, sir.
Talking about the
trouble.
The gun, as it's identified, at least in the defendant's testimony, you don't have the gun, right?
No, sir.
Do you know what the make and model of the alleged firearm is?
I do not believe I do.
Have you ever seen the alleged firearm be discharged?
Not seen it discharged now.
So, how are you certain that it is a firearm?
Since the training that I've done on firearms, both in the Marines and 18 years as a cop, 2 combat tours, all of it.
And you're able to discern that from that very grainy video.
Yes.
Are you still detective or patrol only?
I'm back on patrol.
Back on patrol?
Oh, we got demoted. Let's try to get him his trail.
So, you testified, you characterized an argument between the defendant and another individual on that video. Is that accurate?
Yes.
You weren't there for that exchange, were you?
No, not personally there.
And the video footage that was presented here,
There's no audio.
in fact, you point out that the defendant and this other individual that there's an alleged conflict or argument with are behind a column. Is that accurate?
Behind a column?
Yes, behind a
The bar. I was referring to the bar in the camera feed, I guess.
Oh, is it fair to say that you don't see an actual argument tape? Well, there's no audio with the video footage, is there?
You're correct.
So your characterization of an argument, that's your characterization, right?
To interviewing other subjects, yes.
Oh, so you're basing that on hearsay?
Corroborated with from what I could see on video.
Well, but the jury sees the video for themselves, right? Okay. So your testimony is based on hearsay and not based on something that you can actually observe in the video, right?
That's what we call it.
Yeah.
Oh, that was that's the first win defense had. He just admitted his testimony was on hearsay.
Donor asked that the jury be instructed
To disregard.
not to consider testimony about an argument.
You've got to, Judge. You have got to.
That's overruled.
What?
All right.
He admitted it
the
was
argument
hearsay.
that you were testifying about. Did you identify the gentleman at the end of the video? That gentleman, is he walking up to the defendant in this case?
Which gentleman?
The person that you're alleging was in an argument with
Is he
Mr.
the subject
Conner.
in the blue shirt?
Guy in blue jeans walking across the parking lot at the beginning of the video.
Police with glasses.
Let's go, we're all clear on the same thing.
Wow. Was this judge the judge over the original murder trial?
That gentleman in black and with
Hold on, it's not on.
Yeah.
Mr. Wilkerson, you have to switch over on the Elmo, please.
Sorry.
Please let us see it. Does it tie into the Zoom? Please, please, please. No, it doesn't. Just ties into the screen. Bummer.
Thank you, Mr. Coleman.
All right. So as this car arrives, this blue car arrives, that you say is Mr. Johnson's ride, there's a gentleman in a black shirt and blue jeans walking across the parking lot, correct?
Yes, sir.
Is that the gentleman that you're saying was in an argument with this defendant?
He was one of the people, yes.
One of the people. So now the argument involves multiple people.
When I spoke with him, he told me that
Objection, hearsay, Your Honor.
Spoke with who?
it was a guy who was running talking to me.
Overruled. I mean, sustained. You can't talk about with hearsay. Thank you.
Was it an argument between this defendant and someone else, or an argument between a bunch of people? Per your investigation?
Honestly, it appeared just an argument.
Just an argument. So we don't know the context of an argument. We don't know how many people are involved. Correct?
It'd be more than 3. I know that.
And is this same individual the individual that you're saying that Mr. Johnson's threatening or coming behind with a firearm in his hand? That individual who just walked across the screen, is that the same individual?
Yes, the one I was walking away, looking backwards, yes.
All right. Now, you also testified that it looked like Mr. Johnson took a firearm out of his clothing. Is that depicted on that video that we just watched?
Is him taking it out on the video?
Yes.
No, sir.
Okay, so you don't know where the firearm came from.
This person.
How do you know it was his firearm? He testified it belonged to Ethan Smith, right?
He was still in possession of it.
How do you know it was his firearm?
You do not know?
How do you know that it was on his person prior to the video?
Well, it was on his person when he was walking with it in his hand. Possession.
Yeah. I'm asking because you provided a characterization of this exchange to the jury, right? I want to ensure that the jury are considering only the facts in front of them, not your characterization of those facts.
Yes.
Again, that question, the question is, again, you would agree that it's important not to mislead the jury, correct?
Correct. Everything should be transparent.
All right. Other than Ethan Smith, were you able to ascertain any other, I believe you said you spoke to the individual depicted. What is his name?
I do not have it with me at this time.
Do you have any other names?
That would be it from there.
Guy who owned the taco stand.
He did not want to speak with me.
So, aside from the person that the defendant testified on the gun, you can't give us the names of any witnesses from that scene. Is that correct?
Only people I recognize was Ethan Smith, Mr. Johnson, and the other subject. I don't have his name at this time.
Okay. Now, in this same video,
There is a question about, was it a firearm? Texas law says it has to be a fire a projectile by explosion, by combustion explosion.
oh, I read it wrong. Sorry.
It could have been airsoft, could have been BB, could have been a replica, and none of those would be in violation. How do they know it was a firearm?
All right. What I'd like to do now, well, if I can get my whole clock right. All right. What I'd like to do now is play through this video, and I'd like for you to identify where in the video the exchange that you're identifying as having taken place in State's Exhibit 7 occurs.
The exchange between him and Ethan Smith?
Yes. And by him, we mean...
I'm sorry, Mr. Johnson.
Right. Okay.
It would be accurate to call a lot of different things. A BB gun is a BB gun, but it's not a firearm. The statute says that a firearm, it says a felon in possession of a firearm is the problem. A BB gun is not a firearm. An airsoft gun is not a firearm. A pellet gun is not a firearm under that statute, under that rule. Now, other states it is. Other states say a BB gun is the same as a firearm. But in this state, they have to prove that it is a firearm. And having never recovered
Before
that gun,
we get there,
that's the
we
weakest
stop
part of the
you.
case.
You also get testimony that Ethan Smith had to go get the gun from the defendant, right?
Yes.
Here in this frame, we can see the defendant still beside the tire of the vehicle where Ethan Smith is approaching, correct?
Correct.
All right.
And then somewhere from there, in that area.
All right. So somewhere in there is the what you say is the initial exchange where the firearm is given to Ethan Smith.
Yes.
All right. And that firearm that you said is given to Ethan Smith, or that gun, is that in Ethan Smith's left hand at present?
Yes.
All right. All right, so you're saying that exchange is where this defendant is taking the gun. It's
Retrieving that, yes, sir.
regarding this offense. Did you interview Ethan Smith?
Yes, sir. Briefly, but he was under the influence and inside the hospital.
Your offense report, is it fair to say that it's a terse a 5-line paragraph?
Yes.
Nothing about Ethan Smith is mentioned in this report.
No, sir. Just the fact.
Approach, Your Honor, very briefly.
Sure.
I'm not sure if he could approach any closer. I mean, he's about to push the camera. I'm not trying to defend this guy. I do think it's very likely that he did what he's charged with. But I haven't heard the evidence that it's a firearm yet, especially when they didn't recover it. He can call it a gun. I teach my kids how to shoot BB guns, and we call those guns as well. But they're not firearms. And I'm curious because you can get BB guns that look and even function like a firearm without being a firearm, where they use gas blowback and everything. So the slide flies back, does everything but the fire inside. But still wouldn't qualify under the statute as a firearm. So let's see how they prove that one.
Hello.
Judge, we have audio back. Please.
That's witness.
Briefly, thank you, Your Honor. Officer Carlucci, is there anything misleading about
Hello.
the question, what did you do with the gun that you were handed?
No, that's all.
Regardless of whether or not you have any firsthand knowledge of what was said during that court proceeding, what was testified to in that court proceeding, do you have any reason to question the authenticity of that transcript?
No, sir.
Possession of an item, particularly in this case, a firearm. What is your understanding of what that consists of?
Possession is taking care, custody, and control of an object. No time limit on it. Anywhere from the second touches a person to them having it to an hour to 20 minutes to as long as they have it.
Care, custody, and control, no matter how brief.
No matter how brief.
How slight. Now, when you're making a report or swearing out a complaint, are you as a certified law enforcement officer allowed to rely on information that you deem credible and from a credible source?
Yes.
And your understanding of how charges are referred and how they are brought to the district attorney's office. Let me ask you this one. Prosecutorial discretion. What does that mean to you?
Basically, it means as a detective, I would get and make a case, put it together, fact find, and then from me, it goes to the district attorney's office, and then they have their own prerogatives on how things are kind of done, grand jury wise, all the way up to prosecution.
In other words, it's not unusual for law enforcement to refer one charge and for the district attorney's office to opt to prosecute either a lower or higher charge.
Objection leading.
I'll ask you.
Go ahead.
In my experience, that's been normal.
And also, does the grand jury play a role in that? In other words, you as law enforcement can refer a particular charge over, but a grand jury can opt to indict for either a higher or a lesser or even a different charge of the same occurrence, correct?
You're correct.
That's the mistake.
Anything else, Mr. Wilkerson?
Yes, Your Honor. You testified that you're not aware of any time frame associated with unlawful possession of a firearm. That possession, though, it has to be more than just fortuitous, correct? It can't just happen by chance, right?
When that is, how do you mean?
Well, do you know then, do you know if the law requires that possession of a firearm actually, in terms of unlawful possession thereof, actually be more than just possession that is by chance or happenstance?
Judge, I would object to this line of questioning as it is misleading to this jury about the legal definition. I've never heard of that to being a part of the definition for care custody. Something about fortuitous. I never heard.
Response?
I forget the case I was reading last night. Go back and we can.
Sustained. Okay.
It was a good do you know question. I think that should have
There
been asked
are
aloud.
mens rea elements of possession, unlawful possession of firearm, aren't there?
Yes.
And what are those?
What is mens rea on there?
I'm sorry?
Mens rea,
Yeah, the required state of mind. What's the required state of mind with regard to this offense?
What does mens rea mean again?
Intentionally.
Okay. And obviously, you were asked specifically about prosecutorial discretion, so the DA's office, just to be clear, obviously in the very brief transcript that's been entered into evidence, is questioning this defendant about that video, correct?
Correct.
And is it fair to say that the DA's office obviously had that video in their possession for a long time prior to the prosecution here?
Objection.
Your Honor, the state was specifically asked about prosecutorial discretion. The state asked.
Hold on.
Okay, I think he should get to go there. The state did ask about that. So they sort of opened the door, but the judge might rule that they were allowed to do that because he opened the door. I'm not going to allow you to open it any further. Man. I still can't believe that the judge allowed the hearsay testimony, and specifically the hearsay testimony of the fact that there was an argument going on the camera while they were behind a pillar, and it was based entirely on hearsay, and he admitted that. And
you were asked about reliance on a credible source. Is that correct?
Yes.
In this particular instance, is that credible source that you relied upon the state's attorney?
Yes.
Past witness.
I have no further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Any objection to him being excused? Subject to recall.
Subject to recall and additional questioning outside the presence of the jury.
So if you'll just hang around for a little bit, there's a few things we'll take care of after, but you're excused.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right.
Your Honor, this time state of Texas rests.
All right, thank you, Mr. Coleman.
state rests.
And so let's do this, ladies and gentlemen. Since the state has rested, we'll go ahead and take our afternoon break. We've got some legal stuff to take care of. Also, we'll make sure that we work on that court's charge that we'll get to you at some point tomorrow, and have that prepared so we don't have to have hopefully too many times where you have to step out and wait around for us tomorrow. All right. So keep in mind all those instructions that you were previously given. We'll get started tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. And if everyone else would please remain seated, y'all have a good night. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock.
Okay, so the jurors are being excused. We're going to have a morning to pick it up. I admit they've got a good case. There's an assumption there. But because it looks like something and it's called something, I think they need to do more to say that we know that this was a problem. Because people use BB guns all the time in crimes where they're shown only. They exhibit the firearm. It's for the effect. Granted, in those situations, the penalty should be the same as if it's a regular firearm. I agree. But I've got.
All right, let the record reflect the jury's outside the presence of the courtroom.
I've got three
In just a
things
second, we'll get to Officer Carmouche back
possession
in. So I want to
that
ask
aren't
before we go
firearms, that
too
look like
far
guns.
on your request with regard or your objection, Mr. Wilkerson, with regard to the transcript and the discussion about other things in that transcript, and that's just a small portion of it, and optional completeness and all of that. Is there somewhere that you can point to in the transcript that you believe is relevant
context
to either counteract or counter what he said in that portion? Or is it just a general objection that the entire transcript would somehow be relevant? Because I'm willing to, if there's something in there that you think he said that would be relevant, that shows that that portion was potentially, either he was talked into saying it or whatever you want to say. If there's some specific statements, then just like I allowed the state to do it, we can discuss that.
Judge, I don't have the entire transcript in front of me to review, and right now, just off the top of my head, the specific issue, I cannot. There was one line, but I need an opportunity to review my notes because obviously I did a lot of research on this matter in reference to the notes I had from the prior proceeding. And so I don't have the definitive line right now, and I don't have a transcript where I would be able to offer that excerpt from the transcript.
You guys were all given a copy of the transcript, correct?
The record will reflect that when I received that transcript, I attached it to a notice of my intention to introduce that transcript. Don't hold me to this, but it's been
the entire transcript.
No, I only requested the excerpt.
Okay. So was the prior transcript requested?
No.
Okay. Well, if you don't have something specific and that wasn't requested, then there's nothing I can do about that. So what do you need to put on the record before we break for the evening?
I need testimony from Detective Carmouche about specifically about the underlying.
Mr. Wilkerson's.
I'm sorry, Ron. Specifically about the underlying testimony, the underlying case.
She's not going to allow it.
To what end? For what purpose?
To preserve the record for a potential review on appeal.
For which objection?
For optional completeness and prejudicial value. Again, the court obviously admitted evidence. It has since modified that evidence, but the witness also referred to the defendant when being questioned about the testimony that was provided. I took that to mean the defendant in that proceeding obviously identified in the entirety of the exhibit that the state sought to introduce also as defendant in that proceeding.
Good night, Red Pen. Good night. You're good.
And so the fact that so the voluntariness of the statement, because of the context in which it was given, I believe is an issue. And so, Judge, I need to put all of that on the record with regard to the context under which this testimony was given, what was being discussed during this testimony that was provided by this defendant, the underlying nature of the case.
He's saying the same thing over and over.
All of it, Judge.
Hey, we're not going to do all of it. I need a specific objection. I need a specific part of the transcript. If you want a rule of optional completeness, then I've already denied that because that's the entire transcript of the murder trial that was an acquittal that I've already said we're not going to get into in this trial. The Court of Appeals, when they're reading this, will be very clear, I think, of what my ruling is, right or wrong. I've now said it multiple times, so hopefully I'm right. Because if not, there won't be any discussion of whether or not I really meant what I said. So
What?
let's take that off the table then. We have talked at length about the underlying or the other, it's not underlying, the other offense, the murder that he was acquitted for, and that I have found that that is not relevant. You have objected. My question is, what does Detective Carmouche have to add other than to preserve your appeal with regard to me saying we're not going to talk about that?
Sir, you've got to make a
So
bold
again,
allegation right here.
what I was talking about in terms of completeness was and voluntariness was context in which that testimony was provided, right? Obviously, in that case, so there's testimony I need to be introduced as to whether this defendant waived his Fifth Amendment right against
So
self-incrimination.
how does Detective Carmouche have any of that information, because he wasn't here in the courtroom? I don't think that's the appropriate way. I understand what you're trying to do, Mr. Wilkerson, but Detective Carmouche was a witness in that, but he was not in the courtroom
Then you can't let him bring in
when
the
your
transcripts.
client, and you were the attorney, and if we need to potentially on appellate review, they can request, or that appellate attorney could potentially request the transcript from that murder trial. And I have no doubt that in that trial, you as Mr. Johnson's attorney discussed him taking the stand or not. I don't know 100%, but it's very likely that we put something on the record with regard to that, because we always do. And whether or not Mr. Johnson was taking the stand freely and voluntarily, and after you had talked with him and everything else. And so I don't see Detective Carmouche being able to add anything other than what his testimony was at the trial, but not what any underlying, whether Mr. Johnson took the stand voluntarily. It wasn't a detective interrogation. It was in a trial where I'm pretty sure I admonished him, you admonished him, we had the whole conversation on the record, and he chose to take the stand. So I don't think Mr. Detective Carmouche can help with that. So is there anything else that you feel like?
I'd still need to question him about the being patrol instead of a detective at present.
If I could respond to that, Judge, there's nothing in this, in Officer Carmouche's testimony that would, in other words, the video stands and speaks for itself. The transcript stands and speaks for itself. It has nothing, the transcript has nothing to do with the truthfulness or the veracity of Carmouche.
No, I don't disagree. But I do think that if there is some issue, that Mr. Wilkerson's entitled to that, and depending on what it is, the jury could potentially be entitled to knowing that information. And then the argument that you just made would be the argument to the jury, not necessarily an argument for us not to have that conversation. So if you can get Detective Carmouche or Officer Carmouche back in, please.
Okay, so this could be interesting. This will be asking him why he's on patrol and no longer on detective duty. Why did you get demoted? Was there something in your performance? Was there a case that you were reprimanded for? This sort of question. It can get spicy really quickly here. It can also be shut down really quickly with, I just chose to be on patrol. I didn't want that job. I asked to step down.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Ron. Carmouche, we have discussed the fact that at the time of the underlying investigation, that you were a detective with BPD, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You are now a patrol officer, is that correct? What were the circumstances under which that change took place?
Okay. The job of doing that is incredibly hard. It's hard on the family.
No, I'm sorry, is this being broadcast? I'd ask that this portion.
Well, Good thing we have a court watcher. And it's gone. Oh, man. Crazy. We could wait around and hear from Texan what happened, but that was just getting to the good stuff, too. Why is my camera so crooked? Y'all need to tell me this. What happened? We got to the spicy part where we were going to find out exactly why the detective was no longer a detective, why he had been put back on police duty. And it could have been spicy, but the state objected to the broadcast of that portion. The judge killed the live feed. So, why did they charge him in the original trial with having the thing which he's accused of having now? Because they went for the big charge with the big M. They went for murder and they didn't get it. Defense won. Like, this defense attorney won. He beat that charge with this judge and that prosecutor and that same evidence. I might add. And so as soon as he was acquitted, the next day, like years after it happened, the next day they charged him with a felon possession of a firearm. Clearly retaliatory for, like, we're going to get you with something. Legal, yes. Shady, also yes. Sour grapes in a big way. But let's see. I think we're back.
Informally, and then any issues that we have, we can put on the record in the morning. I do want to have it prepared as best we can, depending on tomorrow. So, Mr. Wilkerson, obviously you probably need to discuss with your client whether he wants to take the stand in this trial. Do you anticipate any other witnesses?
Hang on, back up.
I do not, Ernie.
Give us a second. I want to see what the judge said as soon as she came back. Wait for it. A couple seconds. Taking forever.
Couple items.
Well, let's do, I'm going to go, we'll kind of go off the record and deal with some of that this afternoon, just kind of informally. And then any issues that we have, we can put on the record in the morning. I do want to have it prepared as best we can, depending on tomorrow. So, Mr. Wilkerson, obviously you probably need to discuss with your client whether he wants to take the stand in this trial. Do you anticipate any other witnesses?
I do not, Ernie.
So what I'd like to do is for you guys to visit this afternoon. Y'all can go back in the jury room, take your time, visit about that. I'd like to have that information today so that we know what we need to stay and do or not do based on timeframes tomorrow. All right. So we'll take a break while y'all do that. Anything that you need to put on the record after that discussion, we'll get that taken care of as well. All right. Court will be in recess.
So they are possibly coming back, possibly tonight. Maybe not. Might have to jump forward to real time. Okay, Red, I know you're tired. We need to release Red and let her go to bed. She's tired. Delayed spice. We're going to call it for today. We're going to wrap things up. I don't see Texan. Are you here in chat? Or are you still in the courtroom? Let me look. She's out. She's not in the courtroom. Interesting. Texan, where you at? Where you at? I think there's nothing happening the rest of this afternoon. They'll basically say, we're planning on the defense is planning on the defendant taking the stand. He's already said he was going to in his opening. So they're planning on doing that. That might change. But tomorrow's closings, or tomorrow's defense and closings, we don't have many witnesses to call. I think possibly one for the defense other than the defendant himself. So two times defense has basically won an objection. Seems all buddy up here. Like, I get bad vibes watching this. All right. Texan, I think, is headed home. So we'll see if we can get an update in the morning from her. I don't necessarily want him to win in the end. I don't know. I haven't made my mind up. Oh, here we go. We've got a call.
Call from
AWOL.
AWOL. You're not Texan, but we'll take it. What's happening, my friend?
Yeah, I'm gonna keep. No, it's been a long time. I just want to keep it short and sweet. Been watching a lot of trials, and it's been a little bit heavy.
Hang on.
Some trials that
I've got a call, and
watching.
it might be our court watcher.
Okay. Well,
call me back.
Everybody. Okay, I'll do that.
All right, bye.
Later.
Call from
Texan.
It is Texan. This is RA. How are you doing?
Yes. Hey, I'm out in the parking lot now. I heard you say that you thought I was headed home. Not quite yet, but trying to find my car.
Yeah. Wow.
But,
the judge shut off the cameras for part of it. Why did the officer get demoted, or why did he take a demotion?
Yeah, he took a demotion. It was personal reasons. It had nothing to do with the
so the
with
stress
the case
of the job,
or whatever.
family life.
Although the lawyer was kind of trying to make it sound like it had to do with the case, it did not. And he the job as a detective is a lot harder than a
patrol officer,
than a regular officer, a patrolman. And things got hard at home, and his wife left him, and he had to sell his home for like had to pay $4,000 in order to sell his home.
Yeah, that's right. But not related to the case, so the jury's not going to hear any of that.
Not
That's
at all.
Fine. Quick question here. During the break, there was a point where the defense attorney went out in the hall, and the prosecutors stayed in there, and the witness came off the stand and came down and talked to the prosecutors, and they were like looking at notes and everything. Since when was that allowed? Do you guys have like a special?
I don't know. I was out. I went to the bathroom. I was texting and saying like, "Hey, I'm you know what was going on," but I was listening in to you guys and heard about it, and I have no idea what that was about.
Yeah, that seems.
Oh, I'm in the wrong parking lot. No wonder I couldn't find my car.
You're trying to open all those cop cars, and it's just not working.
Right?
Be careful. Be careful. I think what they're going to do tonight is they're going to decide whether or not the defendant is going to testify tomorrow, which I think he will. And then I don't know. He's already beat a murder charge. Okay, this defense attorney.
That's what the motion in limine had to do with. They're not to bring that up to this jury.
Yeah. And
of course he's kind of like, well, he's asking him all these questions about his. I guess about him.
The decision to prosecute.
Saying things on the stand that he shouldn't have said, the plaintiff saying things on stand that he shouldn't have said and getting himself in trouble. And, that wasn't that was the officer's fault, and he had nothing to do with it. And the judge said, like, well, okay, well, if you have something that something specific that you're looking for, then let me know, and we'll try to pinpoint that. And he says, like, well, I just wanted to make sure that it was in there for like possible appeal or whatever. Yeah. And she said, well, did you call for the whole transcript to be, in
the full copy of
in Discovery,
the entire transcript.
In Discovery, yeah. He said, no, I didn't. She says, well, then I'm going to deny that then.
Yeah. He struggled to make a couple arguments. He started in the right foot to make the argument, but wasn't able to finish, and ended up just repeating himself over and over, and got nowhere. I just noticed.
I'll tell you something. His mannerisms remind me of somebody. You remember in the old Popeye cartoons, the guy, I'll gladly pay you Tuesday for a hamburger today. Wimpy.
Okay.
His mannerisms kind of remind me of him, and I'm trying not to laugh back there, but because I'm trying to
hold it in.
Keep decorum.
We don't want you to get kicked out.
Oh, I didn't.
I was just going to say, right. I think we just watched an ex parte meeting with the judge. Did he just flip us off?
Yeah. Well, Mr. Coleman, he
stop. I'm going to back up. Hang on. Watch the lead prosecutor here. Watch his hands very carefully. 2, turns it around.
Hang on,
and down goes the first. Boom. He did. He gave us the bird. Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Mr. Coleman there, he did say, let me turn the car on. It's going to do Bluetooth. It's going to switch over.
Not a problem.
But Mr. Coleman said at one point, says like, is this going over there?
Yeah.
And I think she turned it off then whenever the police officer was talking about why he changed.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Wonderful. You've done a great job. Is this your first time being a court watcher?
Bluetooth just took over.
Okay.
Are you there?
Yep. Is this your first time being a court watcher?
First time being a court watcher. I was going to go and see that other court that was the one that I ended up kind of giving some updates on. I watched it from, but I never did go in to see. So. Wow. Yeah, I was interested, and I thought that Mr. Coleman. I thought that I'd gone to school with him. I'd asked him if he had gone to the school that I went to, and he said no. He reminds me of another Coleman that I went to school with.
Interesting. Are you going to go back tomorrow at 9 a.m.? Are you in for the long haul? Yeah, only if you. I don't want to put you out at all, but. It looks like it's probably going to wrap up tomorrow.
I think it is. I think it is because they rested and they don't have any witnesses really. I don't think
there's been one witness so far.
Very few.
The jury.
And I believe the man that was sitting in the courtroom in the area behind the defendant. I think that might be his father. Father or uncle of a father figure, possibly.
Yeah. Interesting. All right, Texan.
He got on the phone immediately after he stepped out. So he was talking to somebody, letting them know what was going on. So.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to let you go. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. We saw you in court. You made it on the big screen, and thank you very much. Look forward to hearing from you tomorrow. We'll see what happens tomorrow. Thank you very much.
All right.
All right. Bye-bye.
Sure. Bye-bye.
Texan did great. Absolutely great. Hey, well, I'm not sure if you wanted to call back real quick. I'm sorry I pushed you off the phone, but we were sort of holding for her. The court watchers get priority. But AWOL had some good words to say. We did rush him, but he was saying he loves you all and he misses us. And that he promises to come back and he'll watch a lot more in the future and not go anywhere else. That's what I heard anyway. I'm not sure if you heard something different, but he's he's not calling, so we'll see. All right, with that, we're going to end it right here. We're going to give Red Pen the rest of the night off. I'm so sorry, Red. It took way too long. It's late. It's almost 6 p.m. We'll be back in tomorrow. We'll be back in the morning. Tomorrow is Hump Day. I'm going to try to learn how to talk before then. And and we get the Hump Day yell in the morning, so either be here or not for that, as the case may be. Birthday songs, all that jazz in the morning. Give away the internet, and then we're going to have court. Starts at 9 o'clock Central Time, which is 10 o'clock Eastern Time. Hopefully no docket stuff in the morning that gets in the way. We'll just go straight to court. I think we'll have verdict tomorrow as well. I don't think the jury's going to take long at all if there's only one, maybe two witnesses to consider the testimony of. Tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better. Please stay safe till we go live again tomorrow morning, about 9:45. We'll see you all there. Have a great night. Thank you all. Thank you to our amazing mods for making today possible, making it happen. You guys are great. We'll see you all in the morning. Bye-bye.
Thank you, sir. You're my new best friend.
I'm going to sustain my own objection.